Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Roehampton Club for the second day of the England versus Spain golf croquet test match. Apologies for the background noise. We'll just hand you over to our commentators in a moment. We're just watching the warm-up on our feature lawn 2. Handing over to Chris Clark now.
Test match. Very interesting day yesterday. We had 6 doubles and England got off to a 3-0 start with a particularly useful win by Stu and Toby against the Alvarez-Sala brothers, who are their number 1 doubles pair. So that was a straight games win for Stu and Toby, 7-5, 7-5, and really sort of a big boost for the England team. And to be completely fair, Spain did really well in the afternoon to come back and win the next 2 doubles matches. So Andres and Manuel, having lost in the morning, played a really high quality match with Jamie and Ewan. The last 6 hoops of that were really entertaining. Lots of long clearances, long hoops, attempts to get up to 13 early. It was really good quality match. Jose Riva and Juan Ojeda beat Stu and Toby, and then JP and Aston beat Patricio and Nicholas. And of the teams, I thought JP had a really strong day yesterday, and from Spain I thought Riva and Manuel were their 2 best players. So this morning I think we're going to be focused on lawn 2, and that has really what should be a cracking match between JP Mobley, the captain of England, and Manuel Alvarez-Sala from Spain. Manuel already on the lawn having his 10-minute hit up, and in patches yesterday produced some really impressive shots. Took an amazingly aggressive 11-yard clearance at one stage that he had to hit dead centre to stay near 11. And you know, it's that sort of confidence that I'm looking for today. Can the players actually produce these good shots? The first half of play yesterday in the morning wasn't as strong, and it was mainly because the players were struggling with the pace of the lawns. Very quick lawns, and started off running about 12 at 9:30, probably moved up to 13 by early afternoon. So it's, again, they've had a full day's play now. How long is it going to take these players to adapt to these really quite quick lawns? And it should be minutes rather than hours today. Lawns in really nice condition. Because of the speed, there is the odd little curl, maybe 1 or 2 balls from hoop to hoop. But again, they should know that by now. These teams should have mapped the lawns out, and they should be saying, right, when you're going from 3 to 4, it's 2 balls left to right. So the team members actually have that information as they go onto the lawn. The other 2 matches on the front lawns this morning are Toby Savage against Patricio Garay on lawn 1, and Aston Wade against Juan Ojeda on lawn 3. So I'll try and keep you updated gradually on those, but we'll focus on JP against Manuel, and I think that's the pick of the front lawn games. However, I should mention what could be an absolutely cracking match on lawn 4, which is about 100 metres away from the front 3 lawns. It's a beautiful picturesque setting in a sort of walled courtyard with flower beds, and it's just one lawn on its own, but it's one of the most beautiful lawns you could wish to play on. And that's going to have Ewan Burridge against Jose Riva. So Jose, known as Pepe to all the Spaniards, and he's a really strong player. Both players very aggressive. Question is, are they too aggressive? Should they start off a little bit more cautiously, trying to play positional play, force the opponents into playing well, and then if they do play well, raise their game. So I know quite a lot of the crowd have gone over to Lawn 4 this morning to watch that match. I'm perfectly happy sat here watching JP and Manuel, which should just be a wonderful match.
The hoops are very well set here. Cetera. Because Tim doesn't set hoops, so would you be able to sort out the hoops that are jammed?
Yeah.
I'll text you the scores from over there.
I haven't got any form of communication, no. So sorry for that. We're just trying to sort out a few issues with hoop setting. Chris Roberts was just telling me that the hoops on the front 3 lawns are all set really well, but they still haven't quite got the ones on lawn 4 done. Hoops yesterday weren't challenging if you were dead straight in front of them. And Patricio Garre in particular played 3 consecutive really strong jump shots that basically went through the hoop virtually with no wire. And if you do just flick the wire on a jump shot, they tend to spring back at you, these Atkins hoops, so quite difficult to get 3 consecutive jump shots. However, when players were at an angle, they were sometimes struggling. Anything that hit a near wire didn't have a chance to go through, whereas last year in Spain you could even hit the near wire and they'd go through. So I'm expecting a good quality match here between JP and Manuel. Of the 12 players, I think JP was my pick yesterday. Probably not quite as strong in the morning, but in the afternoon the best of the 12. And Manuel had good patches yesterday of shooting well. Go and help Chris with hoops on lawn 4. So yesterday we had a lovely blue sky, and today it's cloudy, quite still, pleasantly warm, but probably about 4 or 5 degrees cooler at the moment than it was yesterday afternoon. I'm expecting these clouds to gradually move away as the morning wears on and get a lovely day once again. Really good weather forecast for this test. I'm sure the Spaniards will be happy with that. We're probably more used to playing in adverse weather than they are. So just watching the players warm up, taking position from hoop to hoop, and we'll have a little ad now from the sponsor. So, there we go, the Sugar Beach International, and it's played for the first time last year. My good wife Jenny went over for that and ended up winning it. Had a lovely time. She loved the venue, and she's going to go back this year, try and defend. Says it's got one of the best 20 golf courses in the world apparently at Mauritius, so she's hoping to play that as well. And if you fancy having a go at that, then just follow those links to Sugar Beach International, and I'm sure they'll be interested in having you over there, either as a spectator or as a player. players just coming to the end of their practice session now. And most of the players tend to have their own individual routine. I always start by just playing a few single ball shots, try and make sure I'm hitting it straight, and then I'll move around the 6 hoops trying to make sure I know where the slopes are and I've got the pace of the lawn. And it's really important to not just do 12 hoops, but play from 12 to 13 as well. A lot of these matches in 2022 were decided at hoop 13, and the Spaniards won about 70% of them. So I've tried to highlight we need to be winning minimum 50% at hoop 13, and I think yesterday it was fairly even. And then I finish off my practice with taking position at hoop 1 from corner 4, because that's the shot you want in your mind last, because you know it's going to be the first shot you play. So looks like we're very close to starting on lawn 2, and lawn 3's already started with Spain taking an early lead. One going 1 up against Aston, and we're off. JP wins the toss and plays blue. Very good length, probably about 2.5 yards back from hoop 1. There's a reasonable hill here. It goes towards the south boundary, and it's also a little bit quicker playing west to east. Sorry, east to west. So a little bit downhill and a little bit right to left. Probably if you're shooting at blue, you want to be aiming at the right edge of it. Manuel's just gone and had a look at blue. Is it good enough for him to take 2 shots at, or is he going to play the first ball in? And he's decided early on he's just going to have 1 shot at it. And that's really quite good, I think. That's possibly, I think blue can just about get past it still to run the hoop. Not interfering with his target for his shot with yellow, so I think he'll be reasonably happy with that. JP will try and put a closer ball in now. This is very close to the other 2, and that's a good shot. It may have blocked blue's hoop, but blue can just clear red. There's a good sort of 1.25 balls between blue and red, so he should be able to play a stop shot without it being a double tap and clear red at least 20 yards. Having said that, yellow will still be shooting at blue here. Okay, so I think we'll see blue play this stop shot, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't get it past hoop 6. He may get it off the north boundary. So a decent gap, 1.25 balls between them. Other options, he could sort of snuggle up behind red, but red, that's not really ideal in this position. Red could hamper black's shot then. I think he just wants to play a good stop shot. Just checking with Manuel that he's happy for this to be played without a referee. And if he were to play a bad shot, he'd just fault himself. And yeah, that's fine. But didn't get it to hoop 6. It's probably a couple of yards short of that. But he has maintained hoop position with blue. So a sort of trade-off. It's a pretty strong position, this, for JP. Manuel's going to have to hit sort of an 18-yarder and then a series of 6 and 7 yarders to get back into the hoop. Maybe get a hoop shot from the boundary in the end. Yeah, that's a good start. Confidence builder. And black probably won't bother trying to block yellow at blue because it's going across the line, so it's a low percentage shot. So it'll probably take hoop position trying to block red from hoop 1. go. Tries to get the block. And looks pretty close to me. And not a great angle. You've probably got a better angle there. Yeah, on the camera you can see it's perfect. Very, very good shot. It's central blocking red at the hoop. So he's going to have to play a sort of quite gentle to mid-pace clearance on blue here, trying to keep the yellow close to the hoop, and then red will play the same type of either gentle clearance, or he could hit it harder and hit it half ball on the left hand side with red, but this should be comparatively gentle. That's nice pace, and he hasn't, just flicked it, but not enough. I like the pace. Yellow wasn't going to move far if it hit it 3/4 ball. So, not just about running hoop 1 now. This is about running hoop 1 in front of hoop 2. Okay, I'm joined by Tim Russell, Roehampton member. A nice hoop. He's got nice and close to hoop 2, but we'd always prefer to either be in front of it, or if we weren't, we'd prefer to be on the short boundary.
Side, yes.
Yeah. So there's no real threat to Manuel of just putting red in front. Can't be cleared very far, and that's dead in front. Good weight. Forces blue to clear it to a short boundary.
Morning everyone. Not quite such a nice day at Roehampton today, rather overcast. Forecast possibly a bit of rain later on.
Really, I didn't know that.
There's a nice shot from JP.
Looks
black.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Good pace, pretty straight.
And yellow will just play in. And these are the important shots, because yellow knows that blue's going to clear red.
Looks a little short.
Red would have had a comparatively short clearance on black. And if yellow's in front, red and yellow are probably winning this hoop. But not a very good shot from yellow. And this is a tough position. Because if you play it gently, yellow has to clear black when it comes back in, because blue's going to be all over red. You don't really want to go to the north boundary, because that leaves wide spots available. So I wouldn't be surprised here to see JP try and take wide position from red and yellow just clear it. Manuel will be just trying to get back to a neutral position where they're 50-50, whereas JP just has the edge at the moment, having had the first ball up there. So dead straight or just past the dead straight. That's good. Yellow should clear that, I think. He's got the choice of playing in behind black so blue can't clear it and allowing red to clear. I'm not desperately keen to take that at the moment. Just hit a few 5-yarders and get back into it. We've already seen Manuel's touch was a good probably 15% out on that long hoop approach. And it looks like he's taking the hoop on.
It does look like he's taking the hoop on. Might be his best chance.
I still think this is overly aggressive at this stage. I think he could just hit a range of...
So he's missed entirely.
Well, that might have missed a ball. It was so far out.
I think he does have a shot with red. Not a bit of the black open.
Yeah, I think the key thing from JP's point of view is don't give a double clearance away now. He's in such a strong position. And he can hit this one hard if he goes for sort of right-hand side of it.
That's a good shot.
Got double clearance, but hits it in the middle, so easy hoop now for black. What were your thoughts on yesterday's play then, Tim?
Well, I enjoyed the day. The lawns were playing very well, nice and quick. I think the third Spanish pair, who lost both their matches in their first Test match, showed slight signs of nerves in the first game, understandably. And Patricio, who you said had done very well at the Europeans.
Yeah, and looked good as well.
But he was just missing too many mid-range clearances yesterday.
Yeah.
He's off on lawn 1 with a 2-1 start against Toby Savage.
Yeah. And Manuel's just drifted a couple of yards long there, so I think JP will play deep. And the lawns are actually sufficiently difficult that I wouldn't be surprised to see the odd player decide, I haven't got quite enough touch to put blue there, and that blue isn't really good enough. Yellow can clear that to corner 2 with a good shot. I'd be wanting to either go
deeper,
5 or 6 yards deep, or even hit off the boundary, dead straight in front. That blue is just asking to be cleared to corner 2, and I'm going to play him with black still. I don't feel forced into shooting, and he is shooting. I'm just going to put a ball in here and force Manuel to do that quarter ball cut to corner 2.
Well, red isn't a trivial hoop there, is it?
No.
That's a good shot. Centre ball. Makes the clearance a bit more difficult.
A lot more difficult. Yeah, he's far more likely to end up not being able to hit it on the acute quarter ball angle and maybe hit it in the middle, and JP will be left with a 5-6 yard clearance instead of a 20 yard clearance. But in the early stages of games, I like forcing my opponents to hit a bit, and I'll be playing a lot of positional shots. So left-handed, standard grip, and that's a PFC hoop maker from the look of it. So hit blue on the wrong side, which means yellow's now been lost to behind hoop 2. So providing JP can just clear this, he'll have a minor advantage.
I think the lawns this morning are just a fraction slower than yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
It's 11.5. Yesterday they were playing between 12 and 12.5.
Good shot.
It's a very good shot. It's maintained very nice position.
Yeah, red will just clear that back though.
But is unlikely to hold hoop running position.
No, you want to go for it half ball on the right, don't you? Try and take the north boundary. I might have hit that full pace. I guess if you're not confident you're going to hit half ball on the right, that's a good pace to hit it at. It'll allow the time for yellow to get back into the hoop. And JP's got 2 options of taking good position or going off the boundary.
I think where red is probably off the boundary is slightly better.
Well, what I'd do is take good position, and then when yellow plays in I would clear that with blue.
Okay.
And all the time I can get my opponent trying to clear a ball that's in front of a hoop. You sometimes get lucky, don't you? And they rush you into the hoop or through it. So there isn't a lot in this. This is very much personal preference. I don't think there's anything wrong with off the boundary. That's a good shot, probably blocked.
It does look like he's blocked the red.
So yellow will just play in, and then I think we'll see blue clear yellow. That's deep. No, they are slow. That's definitely a couple of balls short of where I thought it was going to be. It still needs clearing though. So JP's looking at a spot on the north boundary that he's trying to clear red to, so it's wired by yellow for shooting at black, I think this is a weaker choice than just clearing yellow. The odds of getting the spot are small, aren't they? You're hitting a 5-6 yarder to a really tight spot, and if you're taking this, you should get a referee to watch where it goes off, because it's critical. So he's missed his spot by yards, not unsurprisingly, and now red has a comparatively straightforward 7-yard clearance to the long boundary. And I don't like this. This is what you play for as a top-class player, these 7-yarders with your ball in front. So I would much rather have seen him clear yellow. In the middle.
And good clearance from Manuel.
And again, nowhere near his full power. And he's still got black.
You just don't need it on these lawns, do you?
No. Black's a yard from the west boundary. And hopefully you can see that sequence of shots is really weak for blue and black. Whereas if he'd just taken yellow out, he'd have been slight favourite for the hoop. Look fairly close. And these longer hoops, there's quite a difference between the players as to how they're playing them. Some people are slamming full power to go off the lawn, and some people are trying to stroke them through to get 3/4 of the way down to the next hoop. I'd probably be a stroker on these lawns. Yeah, so he's run it, but got a lot of wire. The counter to saying I'd be a stroker is the power shot is actually a little bit more favourable in these conditions, because when you run it off the boundary and in a rotation's time you're faced with a 9-yarder going the other way, even if you hit it quarter ball, the ball's going to go a long way away on these lawns. Whereas, normally if you hit it quarter ball at 9 yards, it's probably going to go 6 or 7 yards away. So there is a reason for running them hard.
Although you do leave a wiring spot for the oppo to roll the first ball in.
You do. And that's almost the worst possible place for red to finish. If black takes good position now, blue can clear red to corner 1, getting towards hoop 5. It's travelling this black, it's past the hoop. So we won't be seeing blue clear red getting to 5 now. If Manuel misses this, blue will just take its hoop on. And yellow hasn't got a double. There's just about an eighth of blue covering the hoop. And the hill goes the wrong way, doesn't it?
It does. It's
missed that, hit
missed
black.
Entirely.
Positives are he's moved black further away from hoop 5. But JP has a straight hoop here now. Yeah, a bit rusty. And isn't it good to see that even on comparatively soft ground you can fail a hoop and bounce 7 yards away?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lovely
Good
shot.
hoop, good
Very
hoop.
good.
The hoops are very firmly set this morning. 30 tooth.
So not only is Manuel won hoop 4 to tie it up at 2-all, he's got the better 2 balls for hoop 5. It's a good shot from JP.
Yellow will just come in here.
That's hit quite hard.
Just going to stop in time.
That looks pretty angled. JP doing two things there, trying to get blue in front, but also trying to block red at black.
She
I
looks
think
like he's done
it's a
successfully.
super shot.
Just update you on the other games. On Lawn 1, Spain are currently 2-1 up. And on Lawn 3, a bigger advantage, Spain currently 4-1 up.
And that's probably one of the ones we thought would be quite strong favourite in, Aston against 1. Unlucky, tried the double clearance, very close to it, and now black should be able to take hoop 5.
Well, Hawan is seeded number 6, but was a top player, top AC player.
AC, very strong player, and technically he's good, but Aston has got so much experience now. I didn't feel he was near his top level of play yesterday. I thought they won largely because JP played particularly well. None of the English team played badly though. I was very pleased to see that. To turn up and have all of your players play adequately on day one is a very positive start. And hopefully 2 or 3 of them today will now find their peak level of play at the singles. This looks a good shot. Oh, too far again.
Just too much. Black has an awkward shot.
Yeah, so one of the questions people ask is, where should blue go now? And I can only see 3 options for it, which are sort of near the peg, which is my least preferred option. A couple of yards or 3 yards left of yellow, so it can't hit you because it's got a hampered backswing. And the opposite side of the hoop to yellow, so it can't hit you because the wire's in the way. And I think I'd probably take the last of those 3 options, because it should be a fairly big wire with yellow being that close to the hoop. And it just allows time for black and blue to get into the hoop and make it competitive.
And it's a strong clearing position as
Yes, yeah, very handy to get towards 7. So he's not trying to get in front of the hoop here. He's trying to get wired from yellow,
well.
and that looks horrible.
Yes, that's not a good shot. Is
No,
it? Easily cleared.
No. So
And leaving yellow in control of the hoop.
yeah, yellow can rush that to corner 4. If red takes good position, JP's in all sorts of trouble at hoop 6. And it's 5-2 now to 1. So 5-2 is a really handy lead. It's 3-1 to Patricio as well. So good start from the Spaniards. This is travelling again. It's gone a bit too far.
Yes, that definitely doesn't run easily.
Yeah. I want to put black in a position where it can run the hoop next turn, even if it's 7 yards away.
So just to the left of the peg. West of the peg is the right shot. That's what he's chosen to do.
Oh, he hasn't. I think he's hit that too hard.
Maybe hit too hard, yeah.
So that's sort of putting it in as a clearing ball rather than a runner ball. I want it to be a runner.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, very good.
Again, very moderately placed clearance, but got it all the way to the boundary.
Yeah. I think the key thing for blue to do here is not finish near red. Because if you allow the red just to stop you away again, then red and yellow are building a really strong position then. So it's quite tricky for him to know exactly what to do. Part of the decision is, can red jaws? If red can jaws, he probably does have to take good position. and looking at that angle, it is jawsable.
It is.
In fact, it's probably runnable. So I think he should take good position here and risk red clearing him. I think red will be wanting to have a go.
That's a good shot blocking yellow.
Yeah, certainly you can jump it from there, can't
Yes.
you? And one of the things JP was mentioning yesterday, he's changed his jumping technique.
Does look like he's going for the hoop.
The question is he going firm to run it, or is he going to be happy with the jaws? Happy with the jaws. Black will clear yellow to corner 4, and yellow will try and clear blue.
Yes, I think he hit that at a pace where he'd have been pleased if it had gone through.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It's exactly the pace I would have hit it at. I'm happy to let blue have a go early in the match. JP historically has been one of the weaker jumpers of the England players, but I say he has over the last fortnight just changed his technique, and the one I saw yesterday was a good shot. It's got a bit of distance. We mentioned yesterday that they're quite tricky to get in the air, aren't they? Get the height at Roehampton. They're quite sort of tricky lawns to get the bounce. Haven't got that layer of thatch on the lawns that a lot of clubs have.
well, we've changed hoops at Roehampton to ultra hoops, and the only shot I find more difficult with the ultras is the jump shot, particularly the angled jump shot. Quadways actually I find slightly easier to jump with. I'm not entirely sure why that is. He was just trying to promote red through the hoop, just missed.
Yeah, the ultras react very well to very soft hoop shots that you just hit into the far wire and they go through. When you hit hard at them, they become more difficult, so the jump shot becomes trickier. But an angled hoop is very easy to run. You just got to miss the near wire virtually. So all these hoops are different, and you'll have different shot choices because of that. So let's see how JP does with this new technique.
A very strong position if he makes the jump with red stuck in the jaws.
Oh,
Just
great shot, but he's moved red out.
Right. I think that's giving red a fairly easy shot down to 7.
Yeah. Yellow offside, so JP will be going to move that to the eastern penalty spot. But that's 2 out of 2, and for a player who I thought was a weak jumper historically, that's a really good start for his new technique. Good position shot from Manuel, who really will be looking to score 2 points in a row here to tie things up. A lot of people shoot here with black on the basis if they miss it's still an okay position. I'm probably going to take position with blue that close to red. Try to take position inside the red ball. It's not inside it, but it is in front.
We're playing on all 4 lawns today, and I'm just getting through the score on lawn 4. Ewan has taken a 3-1 lead on Pepe Jose Riva. Always thought one of the nicest lawns in the country to play on, lawn 4 at Roehampton.
Absolutely, it's delightful. So be aiming at the right hand side of this red ball. I missed it on the left, I think. I think I'm right, that was on the left. So really good chance for Manuel to take 7 and get control at 8 here. Hopefully to tie it up for the Spaniards at 4-all. And some people say, well, you've been saying about how fast the lawns are. Why did JP hit that clearance so hard? And it's so that if he hits it quarter ball, 8th ball, 10th ball, he's still going to get many, many yards out of the red and cut it as far south as he can. Manuel's been quite good at trying to hit these. He's hit that a little bit harder, and he's been lucky. He's got a lot of wire, and it's finished in front of 2-back, hoop 8.
It's had about a 9-foot shot.
He'll be thrilled with that, won't he? And JP needs to play inside red now, so in between red and the hoop. And if that had been 2 feet short, it would have been bad, because it would have allowed a clearance for red to get over to 9.
It's still, if he gets a good yellow in, it's quite a nice angle to get over to 9, isn't it?
I'm actually going to play for yellow to have a 20-degree hoop on the western side here to try and get that cut you're mentioning.
And that looks like a nice...
It's a super shot.
Nice shot.
That is
Nice
blade
shot.
perfect. So he now maybe... This is such a strong position for red and yellow. Blue might shoot at something. As you say, this half ball contact, red at black, gets black wired from yellow and gets red over to 9. I think he has to shoot at something. And
does he have a double on yellow in the hoop? It looks...
I think not.
Probably not.
I think he's shooting at red. He hasn't found his shooting boots yet. He was hitting all of these yesterday afternoon. And now will Manuel play this half ball cut to wide position? I think at 4-3 down he definitely will. I think it's a compulsory shot, this. Oh, he's got the wrong side of it. That's disappointing at that range. Not a difficult clearance back for JP, and he'll be thinking he's been let off there.
Indeed.
Toby's just run hoop 7 to go 4-3 down, and it's still 5-2 on lawn 3. Big battle for hoop 8. No, that came off the right hand side of the mallet. You can normally tell with JP pretty much as soon as he's hit it. When it comes out the middle, they do tend to go straight. So easy hoop now for yellow to tie it up at 4-all. Aston eventually makes hoop 8 to go 5-3 down. Ties it up at 4-all, and the Spaniards are going to be quite happy with this position. I guess Ewan's winning on lawn 4 slightly. I thought yesterday's play ended with a scoreline that both teams would be happy with. England obviously having the lead, but Spain having had a good comeback in the afternoon. That's a lovely shot from JP.
And winning the last key match.
This is a compulsory 2 shots.
Ooh, just missed.
Close. Another good length shot here from JP. He hasn't got the block, but he is dead straight in front of the hoop pretty much. So 2 very good positional shots. lot of work
Well,
for
he-
Manuel to do here.
Importantly, he has a nice line down to hoop 10.
Yes. Yeah.
I never like having two balls straight on the line of the hoop.
Now it's missed
That's
by
missed.
more than the first shot.
So this should be a fairly straightforward hoop for JP.
Yeah.
And again, we'll see whether he tries to get to the north boundary or...
I think from
Yeah.
here he'll try for control. That's
Very
through.
nice shot.
It might, it hills that way, doesn't it? So it's going to miss the hoop on the left, but stay on the lawn. So a big wide area for red.
particularly from the line he's coming.
Yeah. But he probably does need to allow 2 balls of hill, doesn't he? No real fireworks yet in this game. The hoop 6 jump was a good shot, but it's been very much a positional battle.
As you said, Chris, the ball just comes in a little bit right to left down to that hoop and has left himself open on blue.
And that's too far left as well for my liking. Might even block blue at red. Oh, it's a horrible shot. That's a 0.
Harsh, but maybe fair.
Yeah, it's actually a 1. It's had gone a ball further, so blue can still hit red. But you just needed to be, you know, on the right hand side, stroke dead straight. You can't go left of red there.
Hopefully he's learnt the lesson with the
This
yellow.
is close. This is
But
close.
That's drifted too. And
He's got it.
gone.
Perfect.
Perfect for the block, yes.
So, a range of options now. You can try and clear something into red, or you can try
Promote
and
black.
promote black into blocking.
Yeah.
I think he's playing the double clearance. No, he isn't. No, maybe not. Yeah, he's playing the rush. Hasn't got that.
That's makes the hoop a little bit more difficult. Will you go for the jump shot here?
I don't think he needs to. So
With
it's
red. With red.
Red.
When it
I'm not sure blue's sufficiently in the hoop. I think he just smooth it through.
leaving blue in a tricky position for the next hoop. There's black. Black is slightly hampered by the yellow over to hoop 11. It's a little bit difficult to tell from our angle.
Yeah. If you were confident of the jump, I think if it was Toby would be jumping this every time.
But, well, he's gone for getting red in front of. Do you feel confident of jumping with yellow?
Well, he's looked at it a few times, so obviously he is. And the reason that that's better is that blue then, if red were to
Indeed,
jump,
indeed.
black would be the first positional ball and can get there. Whereas if yellow jumps, blue can't get there. However, he hasn't managed to get the wild spot here for JP. And again, hopefully JP's just going to start hitting all of these.
And if he hits this, he'll be in a very strong position. Go on,
Well,
maybe not like that.
so at the moment, I can't jump at this range. This is too far for me on this type of lawn. Easy for Toby. You can move it a yard further back for Toby. Probably you move it 2 yards further back for Ewan. But for most sort of quite decent players, this is probably going to be quite a long way to get over the top. So I think he's playing it on along the ground. And yeah, it runs the hoop.
No good hoop.
All 4 of these balls are onside. So I think that will make him less keen to take an aggressive choice with red. I think red will try and play him blocked from black, and yellow will clear blue.
Good positional shot from JP there.
Yeah. Yellow's actually come through the hoop, that nice little extra foot close to penult, close to 11. It just feels that bit closer, doesn't it, when you're taking the shot? So wide position from black, not blocking yellow at blue. So he's played deliberately deep to avoid blocking partner's shot. Could have got a couple of feet closer than that. I think JP will try and get black into hoop running position, but also try as a second
to block
thing to block yellow.
Yellow on blue. Looks like a nice place.
Bit too far maybe. Manuel's shaking his head. Yeah, he's acknowledged it's a good shot. So yellow isn't really far enough through to just take hoop 11 on. When you run 10 to the boundary, it often is quite an attractive shot. It looks to me as if he has got half a ball to shoot at here. Possibly even 3/4 of a ball. Yeah, this is open. Yeah, gets a... I'm pretty sure I had almost a full ball there. I don't know why he was thinking it was a particularly good shot. JP's forced to shoot at red here. In many ways, it's a free clearance. Red isn't going to stop black away. Red's going to take the hoop on. I think yesterday JP would have been lining the shot up at red already, but because he's missed quite a lot this game, he is considering playing blue in. I want to shoot at red at 5-all. Meanwhile, Aston's got a shot to save game 1. He's 6-4 down, and one's nicely in front of hoop 11, and Aston's missed. So it's a 4-foot straight hoop to take the first game. A bit of an upset. So he's taken a long time over this, JP. It's a big shot in the game. I think he's shooting, and I think it's the right choice. Toby's run hoop 9 to take it back to 5-4, and one has won game 1. Here's JP. So, lots of people will clear black here. Don't like that at all. I want to take the hoop on. And yesterday we saw a very positive mindset from lots of the Spaniards, and it's the right thing. When we played them in Spain last year, we spotted very early on that they were being too defensive, and we started playing more balls in, and they started clearing us. Whereas when you're in this position, you need to take the hoop on. No. Key shots these. They're not easy 3-yard hoops, are they? But That was fairly straight, and he'll be disappointed with. It was quite a way away, wasn't it?
Good half ball away, wasn't it?
Yeah. And
this is a more tricky hoop, but again, you have to go for it.
yes, and I think you go hard this time.
And he's made it.
Yeah. The hoops, because of the ground, that they are giving a wee bit, and whilst if Red had been north of the line of 6, I would have played a smooth shot into the jaws, maybe running. Jawsing there with Red having a potential clearance wasn't as strong. I think JP's quite right to have played the hard, firm hoop stroke. 6-5 lead is a 6-5 lead, you know, you're going to get to 13, you're going to be favourite.
Over on lawn 1, Toby's just cleared his own ball.
Yeah.
In front of hoop 10, he's currently 5-4 down.
He's about to be 6-4 down, I think.
Fairly straightforward hoop for Patricio.
So yellow plays in, good shot, nicely in front of 12. Probably 8 feet back.
And probably giving black no shot.
I think it's open.
He's got an awkward swing.
Yeah, I think he'll have to sort of bend his swing a bit, so it's not ideal. He's just checking this out. He's not going to play black. He's just saying, how much do I fancy that? If he fancies he can hit it, blue will take position. If he doesn't, blue will probably shoot at yellow. I think Patricio failed quite an easy hoop 10 there for a 6-4 lead, so Toby's had a bit of a let-off. And JP's decided he doesn't fancy black at yellow at all. He's taking this on straight away as a shot.
Do you consider the distance that blue has to go to the final hoop when you take on this sort of shot?
Absolutely, I'm not taking this.
I would prefer the playing in.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure. I'm going to make sure that blue is south of yellow, so yellow hasn't got a northwards clearance, and I think the sort of shot going just past the hoop's fine. One of the key elements here is, can blue get to 13? Because yellow is probably going to have a jump shot at it.
Yellow has to jump from there, doesn't it?
Yeah. So there is a line of play here that red shoots at black, getting to 13.
He just tries the block. Looks like he's gone for the block.
Well, it can get to 13, but it's just short. And I'm going to play this with a pace to get black about 3 yards past 12, aiming at yellow, and just hope to get a good result.
Where are you hoping to get yellow?
Well, I'm hoping that it's also got a chance to hill onto blue, because it goes that way. I don't want to rush yellow south of the hoop, but I quite like to chip it out a bit east, or even finish it with it level isn't a disaster.
Do you want to risk getting yellow any closer to the hoop?
I am prepared to risk this, because one thing I would have done is I would have gone hoop 12 and seen, can blue get easily to 13, or is it too far in the hoop?
JP is not trying anything.
And that's a bit straight. That's a bit straight between 3 and 4 for my liking. So compulsory hoop jump, and again from reasonable distance away you've got to hit this hard. I think this is quite difficult, but everyone's been making them look easy. Oh, super shot. That is a wonderful shot. And now we'll see, has blue got a straight shot up there, or can it only get a couple of yards west of the dead in front spot?
Yes, fortunately for JP, it doesn't look like the blue has gone too far into the jaws. Got the pace.
It has, I think. I think it's a super shot.
Yes, that's looking very good.
That's not easy to play, I don't think. From in the jaws, you've got thoughts about the hoop around you and just focusing on a good contact mallet on ball. So I think you have to shoot twice at this. Often when people are 4 or 5 yards in front of the hoop, I might shoot with the first ball and take position with the second ball. But yeah, yellow's a long way away. And there's 2 schools of thought here. There's try and block yellow at blue, or make sure black's in front of the hoop, not blocking blue's go. And I think I'm going to take the latter. I'm going to try and block red at the hoop.
Indeed, that's what I would try and do here, and he has an easier line to do that as well.
Can't risk it hilling into the hoop though. You've got to play 2 balls wide. This is going to hill into the hoop. You should know about that. He's been lucky, finished on the wire. So he's still got good control of the hoop. But he almost had to send that out at red and let it hill round.
He had quite a bit of room there, really, to get that shot right.
Yeah, no, it started off at, pretty much right hand wire and just hilled across. Toby's managed to equalise, I think, at 5-all, which is a big let-off for him. Manuel shoots, misses, and JP should run this. Black's not having a significant impact on the stroke, I don't think.
Having a good look at it.
Yeah, if blue reaches the hoop in the jaws and hits black first, he should be jumping it.
I think he's.
I don't think it needs jumping where black is. Yeah, well done. Yeah, England's first win of the day. Much quieter game than I'd potentially expected. I expected a much more dynamic hitting game, but they were both struggling a wee bit. So it'll be interesting to see if they can both up the level of play in the next game. Aston and Juan just starting game 2, and Toby's still 5-all, but Patricio's got a very strong position at 11, and Toby having missed his first clearance. And any news from Lawn Fortum?
No, not since we heard Ewan is 3-1 up.
Okay.
Aston's first ball in looks a little short and a little wide.
It's interesting, when I was playing GC myself, I wouldn't have a break. I'd play 3 consecutive games, just bang, bang, bang. And okay, if your opponent wants to go to the loo for, a couple of minutes in between, fine, but there was a 20-minute break between one of the games yesterday, and I don't like that. I want to just be playing, a match as a match.
But it takes 2, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Yeah.
My first British Open, my opponent took a 20-minute break, which was a surprise to me. I didn't realise you were allowed to do that.
Yeah, well, in the rules like McRobertson Shield and Openshaw Shield, I think they've got details as to how long is an acceptable break between games, and it's normally probably 5 to 10 minutes. And then you're allowed lunch breaks at certain times, etc. But Toby's managed to get back into hoop 11 by hitting his second clearance, but he's still significantly behind in the hoop. So Patricio plays back in. Blue is probably not runnable but drawsable.
And yellow is over by corner 1.
Corner 1, yeah. So I don't know whether we can see whether black is wired from red. That would be really good for Patricio if it was. But yeah, Toby all the way down in corner 1 with a ball that's missed. And if red's wired from black, I think yellow has to shoot at black. There is the alternative choice of shooting at partner. Just try and get you both balls up the lawn a bit. But he shot at opponent and he's missed. I don't think there's any particular need for Patricio to take on the hoop with blue. It could just take improved position. And it looks like that's what he's doing, trying to block yellow's shot. And JP's back out, ready to start game 2. I think Patricio's overhit that shot. So can red hit black?
Looks tight. But if he can, he's back in the hoop. No, he's got
well
a good
done.
shot.
Good. I wouldn't be surprised to see yellow have a go at the hoop if it's open. It's such a weak position, Patricio having 2 balls in front. Now Toby's managed to get his balls north of the hoop. It becomes potentially his only chance he's going to get.
I think he might have liked to see that a bit closer to the hoop.
Yep.
One of the problems we have at Roehampton, it's very difficult to stalk balls which are on the north boundary. We have a little wall behind lawn 1.
So we're
The
off
second
again.
game has started on lawn 2.
Very good positional shot from Manuel. And Toby's jumping. So I don't know whether we're going to get to see this shot from Toby. It's going to be a spectacular one if it succeeds, jumping from the north boundary over a ball in front of Pinault. Hoop 11. Well, he got the bounce right, didn't he?
He did get the bounce well, but
Direction wasn't there. So JP quite rightly decided to have 2 goes at red. Red's a pretty good ball there. First one's missed by quite a way on the left, really. So Patricio 6-5 up, but he's only run it by a few inches. Manuel plays another ball in. He just wants to make sure he doesn't block red, so he's played a little bit further south, but he's overhit it. So blue at red, try and save hoop 1. Good to see JP hit one at last. So yeah, that's got the back to its neutrality.
JP overheard you there. Yes, I have to say, I would have found Manuel's position there, standing in the line of sight of the shot, rather difficult. I think I'd have asked him to move, but
Yeah,
didn't seem to disrupt JP.
I think Jenny would have probably done that as well. I'd have been happy enough with him there, but everyone's different as to what gets in your sort of mindset. So Will back in this now. He'll play a mid-pace clearance here. Won't hit this too hard. And because yellow's not runnable, just hitting this in the middle comparatively gently gets you nicely back in the hoop. And that's the reason you hit it gently. Black's still within range. It's moved red.
Wasn't quite centre ball, so
No.
travelled some.
But if you'd have hit it at the same pace as lots of people, Black would have been
Yes.
almost off the lawn, having only flicked it. And there's two options here. You can clear yellow, or you can try and get behind yellow so red can't clear it. I would clear yellow here.
He's gone for position.
Yeah, I think he's played the shot very well. It's perfect, I think, but it's still not a strong position. Even if Black clears yellow, yellow's going to have a fairly short clearance at blue. So I would have cleared there. Manuel's got a partial block. It might only be blocking about 1/10 of the ball. It might be completely open actually.
I think it's open.
So that should be hoop 1.
So we've just heard it's 4-all on lawn 4 between Ewan and Jose.
It's surprisingly slow. Ewan's the fastest player in England, so they must be doing a lot of hitting over
A lot
there.
of clearing going on.
So 1-0 to Manuel. And for viewers who have never been to Roehampton, Tim, do you want to tell us a little bit about the club?
Yes, it's a sports club which was founded in the early part of the 20th century, 1901. Started primarily as a polo and croquet club. They were the main two sports.
Shot from JP.
Where we're sitting here in front of lawn 2, there used to be a long strip of croquet lawns all the way down. I think we had about 8 of them. Most of those have now been turned into grass tennis courts.
And this is where lots of sort of pre-Wimbledon players come to warm up. And
Historically, we used to have a pre-Wimbledon tournament, which several of the top players would come to. We've stopped doing that, but some of the players do come and practice the week 10 days before Wimbledon.
yeah,
We do have some of the top tennis players as members of the club. The old number 1, Cameron Norrie, and the slightly older number 1, Andy Murray, are both members at Roehampton. The Salisbury brothers play here too. So we have a very strong tennis section, and I think today is actually the finals of the Tennis Club Championship day.
Yeah, I saw about 12 pieces of silverware being brought out from the clubhouse as I moved in.
Yes, expect to be very busy this afternoon.
Yeah, so Manuel's, I think, had a go at the hoop there, because he was straight in front. Red wasn't in front, so clearing blue's not a fantastic position. So had a go at his hoop while he had a chance, and now JP's run that to equalise 1-1. And yes, the headquarters of the Croquet Association used to be here for many years before it moved to Hurlingham and then subsequently to Cheltenham.
That's right, yes. And I believe we hosted the first McRobertson Shield match
1925.
a long time back now.
And that's perfect shot from Manuel. But Red is absolutely bang in front of hoop 3, and this is going to be 2 shots from JP. No.
And we have a rather fine golf course, which for this area of London, although it's not particularly long, is quite tight. And as you can see from the quality of the lawns here, it's a different team look after the greens, but they're similarly in an excellent standard. Wonderful greens and bunkers at Roehampton.
Yellow plays in, trying to block blue at red, but I don't think it's got that. No, it's on the wrong line there. So it is another really good positional shot though. JP's going to have to do a lot of hitting to get back into the hoop, and we've seen 1 or 2 hits, but the majority have been misses, haven't they? And yesterday afternoon he was really on form. It's another miss. And really a top-class GC player mid-match shooting from 2 to 3 should be hitting that 2/3 of the time, 14-yarder, if you're on your form. So
this is leaving a fairly straightforward hoop for Red.
yeah, and I would definitely be trying to control this down to hoop 4. Got halfway there, and again quite a significant hill. So I think JP's put this down a better line. He's overhit it again though. That didn't hill at all, did it? That went dead straight. So interesting variation. This is travelling as well. This is just moving away, and that's gone level with the hoop. So 2 positional shots, both failed. And I say a failed positional shot's the equivalent of missing a 6 or 7 yarder.
We've just heard from Lawn 4 that Pepe has won the first game 7-5.
7-5.
So it came back from 3-1 down.
And it's still 6-5 on Lawn 1. This Toby first game still going on. So Blue's taken position, so 1 ball is in front at least. Red to play, and black can clear yellow. So I think he has to clear blue here. He could decide to take the hoop on. From my perspective it's too long, and JP hasn't shown he's really on form, so I just want to clear blue and get back to a neutral hoop position. Very surprised by this choice.
Aston's off to a strong start on on Lawn 3 in his second game. He's currently 4-lover.
It's a good response to having lost the first comparatively comfortably as well, wasn't it? 7-4. It's a good to see him bounce back straight away. Toby's in all sorts of trouble on Lawn 1. but he's just hit a do or die 15-yarder to stay in the game. And I can't understand why red went there.
Tempting JP not to take the hoop shot with blue.
But he's left this really easy clearance on yellow. And it's not a difficult hoop for blue.
It's a gamble, isn't it?
It is. So JP's got black dead in front of hoop 5 here, and that puts a lot more pressure on Manuel's clearance. It's a 13-yarder, and if he misses this, you know, JP's got probably a two hoop clawback. Misses. So really good opportunity here. I'm going to play a really smooth hoop stroke rather than power. And Toby's equalised. He must have run that from miles away.
He ran it from near the peg, I think, just south of the peg.
Oh, very good shot to take that to 13. Shot.
Good shot. It's in a very strong position there with black in front of 5.
Red has to clear. Very difficult to keep red close. You have to basically play a medium pace takeout and hit it 90%. Really nice pace he hit that at, but once again hasn't got the central contact. Huge advantage this. You should be really thinking you're going to go 4-2 up from here. Yeah. That normally would be a very easy shot. You'd just tap it in front and it'd be in front all the time. The players have been struggling just to get it dead in front. And that's the correct choice from Manuel. Play yellow in and allow red to clear.
JP going for the block on yellow at the hoop, not quite getting it.
But again, missing on the correct side. Short was better than long there. Don't want blue not to be able to run. And again, both players really have not shot well this match. Nowhere near the standard of yesterday afternoon. Come back from 1 on lawn 3, now 2-4 down. And tries to get control. That'll run past hoop soaks and leave a wiring area for yellow. You'd better have those if I'm not allowed them.
That yellow looks slightly open.
It's at least 3/4 open, I think. It may even be full ball open. Doesn't want blue to get in the way of black's clearance, and he's played that well. That's a lovely shot. Couldn't have placed it better. You can hit yellow in the middle or even on the left-hand side a fraction, and you shouldn't be moving blue from there. And indeed, Manuel's feeling forced to clear blue. She misses again. That's going to be an offside ball now as well. I would have played in there. Yellow's not going to be a lot further away than red was, and there is always a chance that JP doesn't get the angle right here and clears partner as well.
Indeed.
I would have given him that opportunity with red still in the vicinity of the hoop, and then potentially shot with yellow back. It might have been 3 or 4 yards longer, but
this needs to be centre ball.
Yeah, that's good. Quite an interesting choice here. Do you go for blue or the hoop? Because you're in such a weak position. Clearing blue, you're probably still going to lose the hoop.
You're offside either way.
You're offside either way, yeah. You can't just give up the hoop, I don't think, because you're 3-2 down. So I want to have some level of competition for the hoop. That looks like a shot at blue. Missed by a few balls again. Looks like Patricio's failed his attempt at hoop 13, and Toby's now got a real chance. Oh dear, 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 dear.
Did he need to go so hard at that?
Well, this is what I was saying yesterday. We both play the majority of our hoop shots quite smoothly. And if we failed it, we'd probably end up a yard or two away. And players like Aston and JP feel that they hit it straighter the harder they hit it. So they've been trying to build up this hard hoop stroke, which is their preferred method. When it goes wrong, it looks a lot worse though.
I understand the hard shot when there are other balls, opponent balls around, but when there is no opponent ball around,
exactly,
I think that you need to change your strategy.
I agree.
This is looking like a nice pace shot. Nope, just
Gone
too far.
Past. So from what was an unbelievably strong position for black and blue, red and yellow are now on top of this hoop. If yellow can get wide from black, that'd be really useful. It's not far away, that.
I think it's gone a little bit too far.
So we think black's open on both of them, either side of the hoop, do we?
I think it's certainly open on yellow.
No, not finding these central clearances. Aston 5-2 up now. Game down. Toby taking on a 5.5 yard hoop 13 to win the first. Very good. Excellent. And that was a game where he was always struggling, and to get back into it and win at the 13th, having had second play to it, excellent win, really, really good. And England need it. They've been struggling this morning.
Maintaining his good form of the week.
Yeah. So sensible option there from Manuel, just nudging red into wide position. Good clearance stat. That will allow blue to shoot back at red. So gives JP a chance still. But Manuel has swung this hoop round and is now favourite. Very good. Just keep coming back in front. Ideally blocking black at the hoop, which it has done, I think. Very good shot.
This is a good shot.
JP needs to get lucky and clear both of them here. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Manuel's going just when I thought I had it under control.
Looking a little despondent.
Yeah. And I don't think you should clear black here. I think you can play in for a block.
Yes.
Force black to take on a very long hoop, isn't it? It's a 5-yarder. And he's already failed from about 4 or 5 feet.
He's just coming in here with the red. Looks like a good pace.
Bit far for the block, but he's in front, which is the key thing.
Do you go for the clearance or the hoop here?
I'm going to take the hoop on, simply because I can't clear red and keep black in front.
Mm-hmm.
Shot.
Very good hoop.
Excellent. So 2 consecutive hits, and will that be the turning point of this match as JP finds his hitting form? 4-2 up. Game up. Well, that's runnable. Tough shot, but always better to be a bit long than short. So you won't think that's too bad. And blue's, only a 3 yards north corner 4, so it's about as far away as you can get from hoop 7. 6-2 now to Aston. Again, made sure he's got past the hoop. Nothing worse than finishing level with the hoop there. And it's a tough shot from corner 4.
Maybe not the best line.
You
not runnable, or unlikely to be runnable. That's,
yeah. Be interesting to see whether black takes red out and allows yellow to have a go at this angled jawsing shot. Because blue certainly isn't in jumping range. Going to have to bounce it over if he needs that. So I'm really quite tempted just to take red out here and let yellow have a go. Playing in's okay as well. Nothing wrong with playing in here.
looks like he's going for the clearance there. He's cleared yellow.
Yeah, I'd have been prepared to give that hoop shot to yellow. A good shot anyway, 3 in the row. Nice to build this sequence up, and once you start getting to 7 and 8 consecutive hits, you start feeling confident. And the reason I wasn't too keen on that
Hoop or
is,
red here?
well, that's the reason I wasn't keen on clearing yellow, because I don't think this is a strong position. I think he'll clear red gently, which is what I would do as well, but I wouldn't have wanted to be in this position in the first place. Good, that's a good shot. Problem is yellow can clear blue. So now when red takes position,
Black has to clear red.
black has to clear red, and yellow is, whilst it's long, it is straight. It's a 4-yard straight hoop. Probably 3-yard straight hoop. So by clearing that yellow a sort of couple of rotations, or a rotation ago, he's developed a very weak position for himself. Playing in or clearing red were both stronger, I felt. There's something to be said for trying to play black between yellow, red and the hoop. So he has to hit this on the left-hand side, or else it's got an easy clearance. So not an easy shot, and that's no good. You might think yellow will clear blue, but because black's so far away, it doesn't need to.
Just come into position.
Yeah.
Not too close to the red.
Correct. Don't want to leave a double clearance. Don't want to hamper red.
Looks alright.
Yep, that's good. Can get down to hoop 8, I think. And it's got a short.
He's got optionality there, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, which one does blue clear?
Oh, I think you have to clear red and then shoot again with black. But it's a shockingly bad position to be in. Looks like he might be going for yellow. Interesting. Dead straight hoop, not long.
Presumably just feels he's less likely to get good control at 8 with it than he was with yellow.
I think the other thing about clearing yellow, which is what we were clearing red, which is what I'd have done, is it gives black enough time to get onto the right section of the lawn.
Yes.
Whereas black taking position at hoop 8 from near corner 3 isn't ideal. You're not coming down the right line.
Well, Manuel has run hoop 7 all the way down to the south boundary.
And JP's far less likely to get red wired from red now, from black wired from red, than if it was over on the western side of the lawn. So I think playing another half a rotation at that hoop was worthwhile. Hit that quite hard. That's travelling. And much better to be long than short. Red can't clear black there, so it's a perfectly adequate neutral ball. Nothing wrong with deliberately going there. In fact, given the fact he's playing across the wide area, it's probably the right choice just to take the short boundary side. It's nicely in front. It's a good positional shot. Blue will float in front, and then I think we'll see red clear blue.
Would you have been tempted to leave yellow a bit deeper than that? It's a little bit closer to black than I would have liked.
No, I take a tight position, and I want to know I'm definitely running the hoop if red misses. If black misses, yeah. And I'm going to clear blue. So 7-2 to Aston to equalise against 1. So game all. Nice clearance. Not in the middle, so red's gone to the north boundary, but puts a lot of pressure now on black And it wants to hit this comparatively gently. Just move it 5 or 6 yards. Great shot. That's very good. And this is interesting as to whether Manuel will feel this is a legitimate hoop shot. Bouncing off to the boundary, short boundary, isn't bad. But he's just playing in again. Patience. Just needs to make sure it's far enough away from black that black can't stop yellow away and hold for hoop position. But it's fine where he's got it. JP's got another ball coming in.
Nicely done.
Looks good, that, doesn't it? And a tough positional shot here for red. Wants good hoop position. Yellow's going to probably have an 8-yarder at blue.
And that looks pretty good.
Very good length.
Very good.
But a possible double clearance. There's no chance that JP can cut yellow sufficiently far north to get the block, but he can cut it possibly far enough to get a quarter it covered. I think he needs to decide about whether he's going to try and double clear or just focus on getting yellow away. I want to double clear on these lawns because it's so easy to get the balls moving. Yeah, that's the right thing. Yeah, it's a good shot. Yellow's got a straightforward clearance, and I think this is one where I'm going to play a full stop shot. No, he didn't. Followed through with his mallet, so he's played it well, fractionally off centre to give yellow a runnable hoop. So his yellow's perfectly okay there. Black's got a 9-yard clearance, so it's not an easy one.
And the stop shots do become trickier with faster lawns, don't they?
They do.
It's very, very difficult to keep the ball in running position.
And one of the reasons is people start hitting the ball too gently. When you want to play a stop shot clearance, you need to actually hit it hard so that the ball's still skidding when it makes the initial contact. And you've got to hit it absolutely in the middle. But often the players are hitting it and the ball started rolling by the time it's made contact, and it just rolls on 2 yards.
Manuel's played red in, just snuggling up to the blue.
No, I think
not touching.
No, I think black will just play in here between red and blue and the hoop.
Leaves yellow with a tricky shot, doesn't it? It probably has sight of the hoop.
The only reason to take this on is if blue's open on the hoop. So we have to assume blue's open. It doesn't look like it from our angle, but it must be open for him to take this shot.
That's a good clearance.
Fractionally on the other side would have been better, but he's been lucky it's hit the peg. So it stayed in the southern part of the lawn.
And if blue does run the hoop, not so far from hoop 9.
Yeah.
A 9-yard shot.
I'd have been far more likely to take that shot at 4-3 down than 4-3 up. I think just playing into position looked okay. Yeah, he'll be happy enough with that. Obviously cleared partner, but he's moved the important ball. And one of these nasty positions, where do you go with blue? the natural club player thinks, well, you go in front of hoop 8, don't you? But then red goes in front of hoop 8, black goes in front of hoop 8, and yellow smashes blue away. So this is nasty.
But you have to do it, really, don't you? The alternative is just a deep position. But
Yeah, I think my alternative is going to be blue into position, red into position, black shoots at red. It's nicely in front. Possibly blocking blue. JP having a look at it. Looks blocked from where we are. So I'm going to shoot at red.
But it is a jumpable distance.
I'm just not expecting blue to be there.
Indeed, yes.
He's playing in. Wow.
Is he going for the block?
It's too long.
Soft touch on the red. Maybe that's what he was trying
Soft
to achieve.
touch on the red. Yeah, that's okay, isn't it? It's quite a tricky shot to play. That's a high tariff shot.
Wasn't far away.
Now this is the position you try to generate when you're 4-3 down. Clear blue, half ball on the right, getting yellow down on the south boundary towards hoop 9 and blue way off the east boundary. Okay, so had the nice pace. Yellow's finished nicely on the eastern side of the lawn, but he got the wrong side. And he's only cleared blue 16 yards away.
Black doesn't have a particularly nice line over to hoop 9, so needs to hit this.
Nope. So just when we thought JP was finding his hitting boots and had hit those 3 consecutive ones to go 4-2 up, Manuel's done well to fight back.
Nice smooth stroke here.
Yeah.
He's gone through. And now
I think that's a good pace to hit them at.
good pace, and has made it an even more difficult shot for black.
Yeah. The one thing I'd criticise, if anything, is he didn't follow through. He sort of grounded his mallet, and I'd rather play the shot at the same pace, but following through a wee bit. JP squeezed past the north part of the hoop and has played a good shot.
He's played a good shot.
Yellow will clear that. No, that's missed.
Just a slight movement of the feet there before he struck the ball.
Absolutely, and I found it interesting from a technical point of view. His feet were pointing left of the target, sorry, right of the target as he looks at it, and his mallet was swinging a little bit to the left of the target. I thought, well, maybe that's going to balance each other out and he's going to hit it straight, but he ended up hitting it where his mallet was aiming. So this is short, but potentially a blocker. Just gone a couple of balls too far. Open on the northern side. As he mentions, there's some darker clouds coming over now, aren't there, Tim? We may get a little bit of rain. Good shot.
That's a good shot.
Good shot. And the thing about yellow is yellow's in a very much runnable position, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the next shot be a 7-yard hoop attempt. JP needs to take position blocking yellow at the hoop.
We have a little bit of blue sky to the west, as you say.
And that's short. Well done.
Fantastic hoop from Manuel, standing right in front of us. So
It's gone from 4-2 down to 5-4 up. Hoop 9 always so critical. And it stayed on the lawn, you know. The fact that it's drifted quite a long way wide of 10 is to his benefit, isn't it?
Indeed, it's made a much wider wiring position. The spot where running the hoop would be much more difficult.
So I'm going to play this shot, and my miss is going to be on the wide side, and he's missed it on the narrow side, I think, and that's no good. Lots of people think it's a fantastic shot, it's dead straight in front of the hoop. It's no good there. He either needs to be wired or further right of that spot, so it's cleared to a short boundary.
The other two games on matches on lawn 1 and 3. Spain currently 1-0 up in both of them.
And one's the second game and one's the third game.
That's right,
so quite
yes.
a difference in speed between lawn 1 and lawn 3. He's tried to get this block and the hill's just taken it away again. So power clearance now, yellow at blue. And red's a lot further away from the hoop than it looks from where we're sat, Tim. From where we are, it looks like about a 5-footer, but it's probably more like a 2.5 yarder, isn't it?
Yes.
Got to cut this down probably towards hoop 4, so you guarantee you miss the red. That's okay. Again, due to the wonderfully fast lawns, he's managed to get 16 yards on that clearance. On a normal lawn, it'd probably only be 9 yards away. Okay, so in the second game on lawn 4, Ewan's 5-4 ahead. So chance to equalise there after Pepe took the first. Thanks very much to Mike, Roehampton Club captain of croquet.
That's right.
So, could it be 4 hoops in a row?
What did you say? It's not a trivial hoop. Fairly straight, but...
And again, one of those where we're both going to sort of stroke through, aren't we?
Stroke it.
The jaws isn't a bad position for this to finish in, because black's sort of at the side.
Manuel generally appears to be more of a stroker at hoops.
No, went hard.
No, he's gone.
Went hard. It's a good comeback.
Yes.
Yeah,
6-4.
got some applause. And what I'm thinking here as black and blue is I want to take the match to the game to the 13th. Good position here. Run it down to 12.
See if you can engineer something.
Yeah, just give yourself a chance. Put them under some pressure. I don't want them starting game 3 having won the last 5 hoops. Aston's just failed hoop 2, leaving Juan a really straightforward chance to take a 2-0 lead, which he has done. So, good advantage in the decider there for Spain. Spain ahead on lawn 2 that we're watching. And a great comeback from Toby in game 1 to go game up on that lawn. That's too far to block red at black, and it's too far to block yellow at the hoop. On the bright side, it might have blocked yellow to 12. Now, if red misses, yellow might not be able to get as close to 12 as it wants. Oh, he's flicked it to dead straight in front. I mean, with the lawns this fast, that must have hit about 1/200th of black.
Just snicked the side.
Ajay,
Unlucky, really, not to move it quite a bit further.
very, very unlucky to hit it and leave it in front of the hoop. And now JP should be expecting to get this in front of 12. And yellow in a bad position, really. Good shot, missed the peg. That's excellent. Absolutely great shot.
Perfect shot.
Yellow can't get there, I don't think, so it has to play in. It might be able to get between blue and the peg, but might have to play east of the peg. And again, the problem with it for yellow is if you leave this short and blue plays in nicely as well and red misses, black's got the chance to not run 12 but clear getting to 13. So
I think he can't quite remember where the red ball went off.
trying to decide where it went off. It's quite a long way north, isn't it?
It was a long way north as he just flicked the edge.
It's not there. It's about 10 yards further north than that, isn't it, Tim?
Well, I think the lesson is you do have to put the ball back on the lawn once you've just played the shot. Trying to remember
Again,
after a sequence of another 2 shots.
there may be some people at home going, well, if you know that, why don't you tell them? And you don't get involved in the game, do you? The players are their own referee, unless they call for a third party. Oh, this isn't as blocked as I thought it might be. I'm going to take the hoop on.
Yes, I'm afraid we're not like Egypt. At Roehampton, we don't have ball boys putting balls back on the lawn.
And black can clear that, getting to 13. You might have to play a mini jump. I'll be fascinated to see if red misses black, does JP run the hoop or does he clear going northwards?
Will rather depend on where the blue ends up.
Yeah. Missed the peg, has done.
That's looking
Stop.
like a good position.
It's a very good shot.
So red has to clear black.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's put yellow in a position where bad things might happen. Gone through the middle.
So that's an offside ball. Now, if you can play what I've called a mini jump, you want black not to be on the floor when it hits yellow, but you don't want to flick the top of it. You want to hit it probably about a centimetre up the ball, hard, and get black to follow on through all the way up to that third corner, hoop 13 area. It's not an easy shot.
It's a high tariff shot,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And the question is, does he fancy it?
He's certainly looking at it. Doesn't look like he's got the angle to get yellow down towards corner 2 and getting over
No. It's
3, so
too straight to play any cut and get very close to hoop 13. But you can get up there with this sort of mini jumper, and it's a power shot as well. It's not just a little jump, it's power. So it is, as you say, high tariff. Does he fancy it or not? Patricio 2-0 ahead and Juan 3-0 ahead.
JP having a good look at the blue. It's probably a slightly more angled hoop than he would have liked, isn't it?
I think black's easier to run with than blue. But he should be confident of running it with blue. It's not difficult. So he's playing something. What is he playing? Well, he's played the thin cut. And he's done pretty well. He's got just inside the halfway marker. The downside of that being that yellow's only 14 yards away, whereas the sort of bouncy half jump would have moved it towards corner 3.
Corner 3 might have left a double though.
Might have done, yeah.
Whereas there's no chance of running the hoop from here.
So we're getting in trouble on these games on lawns 1 and 3. Spain are 2-0 up and 3-0 up. And it's 3-0 up in the decider as well.
And a shot for 3-0 on lawn 1.
No, he didn't get it. He's missed that. So as we've said, red is offside. So he's now got 2 very poor balls for 13. One of them down near first corner, and the other one's going to be on the penalty spot western side. Oh no. Oh, it's so frustrating that black was onside, red and yellow in bad positions, and now I think red has the chance to go in off.
It does, it has a nice line. And
No, it's gone too far. I think we've got a better camera angle and it's gone too far. So now I think red will play sort of west, northwest of it. So it's hampered, yeah, where he's sort of looking at.
He's going for a jump.
And I would play a little bit further away than there to give myself a bit of margin for error. Can't allow blue to clear red. So long is better than short here. Blue can't jaws. So yeah, don't want to finish sort of due north of blue.
He doesn't want to be too far away though, does he? He needs to be somewhere near a jumping position.
I don't think he does, because blue doesn't jaws. He needs to be able to clear blue if it's directly in front of the hoop, which this side position that I've mentioned would allow. Now blue can clear red, getting to corner 3, and if he can play a good shot here...
He's played red too short, hasn't he?
It's 3 yards too short. I'm not that fussed about red being in a runner.
Well, it could be a few rotations before JP gets a
Lovely shot.
strong position as he was in a short while ago.
Could be 2 shots as well. I think yellow almost forced to play in here.
Although it looks a little bit more like he's attempting a clearance.
Yeah, I don't like this.
And he's missed.
Now, how much is the hoop going to be putting him off? From where we're sitting, it looks like a lot, but if we look on the camera, it looks like a completely open shot. And he wants to hit this quarter ball on the right, maybe 1/3 ball on the right, and he's going to get up to the north boundary. Red's going to finish corner 2, just south of corner 2. Full power shot.
And although black has a slightly longer hoop than blue did, it is straighter.
It is definitely, yeah. Got the wrong side of it. And he'd be thrilled. If you think about blue being over
Indeed.
the other side of the lawn, he'd have been quite happy with that result.
It would have been an excellent shot if the balls were in the other positions.
And equally, red might have a double now, whereas in corner 2 it had no sort of target. I wonder what sort of target is this for Manuel? Just asking to bring it in. Again, you mentioned the little wall on the north boundary. Looking, ooh. I think that's going to be okay to get to 13.
And yellow's in a fairly nice position.
Yeah, and blue's not.
So would he go for the hoop or not?
I wouldn't. I'd go wide from red. Yellow has to shoot then. Blue can play almost to where JP's standing now. Maybe a couple of yards east of that. And that would be, you'd be trying to get on the line of red getting to 13. So I think by just nudging this to wide from red, you're forcing yellow to hit. Good shot. And it's one of those positions where you accept you're more likely not to win 12, but you think you're becoming more likely to win the match. Yellow has to shoot. This is playing in. Red's obviously got a widget of it. I'd be disappointed not to have got... That's not in front. Wow.
And yes, gone rather too far. If you're
Well, again, I think he's trying not to leave black the northward clearance if blue takes position. So I think it might be deliberate.
okay.
And unless red's got more than half a ball here, I'm going to play blue
It's difficult where we're sitting to see the
into a position where
line.
it's between yellow and 13. So it looks as if it's about a foot past the peg and 2 feet south. Looks like a good line. This looks overhit to me. That's not blocking yellow getting to 13. It is onside. There's nothing worse than playing the shot and leaving it in the northern half of the lawn, but he's overhit that by 4 yards in my opinion. Almost finished in the worst possible spot for him. And the match on lawn 4 has finished. 7-5, 7-6 to Pepe Riva. So that brings it to 4-3 to England, the overall test score. And you've got to make sure you run this. You can't risk running it by inches, but equally you don't really want to run it by 8 yards, do you? You can't really run it by 2 feet, because then red can block you if yellow takes good position. So I think he's probably going to try and run this by about 5 to 6 yards. It's gone all the way off the lawn. I say running it by a short distance did give Red an easy block. So we'll see how good these positional shots are. Well, definitely far enough. That's very, very deep. Now, can we see on the main picture how deep it is? What do you think? 4.5? 5?
It looks a good 2 yards or so from the north boundary, doesn't
Okay,
it?
4.5 maybe, 4. So JP will shoot at this. And I always aim at the middle of these, and I hope to hit them on the edge.
Important thing, your ball going off the lawn too.
Yeah, it's guaranteed to get off the lawn on these conditions. Shot! So that will buy him a bit of time. From what we've seen so far in the match, I'm not convinced Manuel is going to take the hoop on with yellow. It's runnable. I think that's pretty accurate. I think he's got both balls pretty well there. So I'm not expecting yellow to take the hoop on. Red's going to play in again. And I think black will play in. Yellow will probably clear black. And then blue's got some choices, hasn't it? Again, that's deep. Is it into the hoop? Into the jaws. Now that is going to extend the hoop quite a lot. That's going to give JP time to get his balls in better position. And he needs to start putting each of them in jumping position. Which is easy for where blue is, but given black's on the end of the south boundary, really tough shot now to get this right. Needs it in jumping range.
And yellow would then have to clear black.
I would say yes. I would definitely have to clear black.
Has it got there?
It's very close. Oh, just a foot short. Now, news for England fans, we've had a big comeback. Aston has gone from 3-0 down to 3-all in the deciding game against Wham. So, everyone who's getting a little bit worried, breathe again. He's well back in this match. And Toby's gone from 2-0 down to 2-all as well, I think. So, good little patch for England there. And equally, JP taking this to 13. And it's not just been a approach and run it from Manuel. This is going to be an extended hoop 13, so either player could win now. Interesting.
Just coming into position, but
I think it's right. I think it's the right choice. It's really important to think through the multiple options here.
it's a bit difficult to tell from where we are how close that yellow is to the hoop.
Yeah.
Red is clearly going to come just back through the hoop.
The perfect shot here is to play at yellow with about 4 feet of pace, to nudge it about a foot, keep blue in position, and allow black to clear yellow to a longer boundary. However, that's really difficult. You know, both players are going to be feeling some nerves here. I'm going to give this a go. That might have gone on top of black. Oh no, black's just got yellow open. We can just see from the camera angle, excellent camera picture there, that black can still clear yellow. But
not easy.
you just take straight position here, don't you? You know, you make sure black can't go in off. But if you just take good position here, black can't clear red because yellow will run the hoop. Black has to clear yellow, and then yellow smashes blue away. So it's very strong. I really did fancy moving that yellow ball. What's he looking at? Just nudging out is fine. Just nudge it 3 inches.
Doesn't want to leave black a position where
in off.
Although yellow is in a nice position, isn't it?
So very nice of Patricia saying good morning to us all. Thanks very much. Can red nudge yellow to wired? Yes, I think it possibly can, but I don't think it's any stronger than red just nudging out to where he's put his mallet down there. Because even if he nudges it to wired, I think black might be able to cut blue into it. Remember, the lawns are really fast. So red can definitely nudge yellow to wired. But I still think black will play blue into yellow and clear that way. So there are options, but I just like this nudge out the hoop. Forces you to hit a 6-yarder, but that's what you play for. You're a good player. Yep, that's where I'm putting it. Very happy with that. Can't see any other option for black unless it can snuggle yellow. Maybe snuggling yellow is the winning shot. We should
just behind yellow?
No, just in front of yellow. So yellow can't hit blue and yellow can't jump through the hoop. On a normal lawn, it would be very easier to play.
Easier to play.
But these are so quick that you almost have to finish within 2 or 3 mil of it, or in contact. Even contact isn't good, is it, Tim? You need to finish a few mil away.
Good to me there, yes.
So, touch shot needed. That's good. He's played it well. That is excellent. Far more difficult than he's made it that look. And now I think this has to be the 1/50th ball contact on the left, and can he cut it into blue? Hit it as hard as you can possibly hit it, with as fine a contact as possible on the left hand side. And you might just move blue a fraction, which will be good enough to stay in the hoop, stay alive. The other shot is you can hit on the right hand side and try and rush peel red. But if he's only millimetres away from black, that's likely to be a fault, because you're hitting a far more into black, aren't you, than the shot that he's now looking at, this very fine contact to clear blue.
It looks a tricky shot clearing blue, doesn't it?
I don't think the angle's there for this fine clearance on blue. I think it's just going to miss. So now he's looking at, can he rush black in between blue and the hoop? It's definitely playable, and it will work. That will give him time. Calling a referee out. Three possible shots. I think the fine contact doesn't clear blue. I think it's going to still miss blue. I'm going to be tempted by this rush peel. I think they're far enough apart, having seen that camera angle, Tim, that I can rush peel red. So promote black onto red, not playing a double tap. He's playing the thin contact to try and block Blue's hoop. I'm definitely taking this rush peel.
Not an easy shot there.
No, all of these shots are really difficult. And to be truthful, yeah, if Black wasn't as perfect a directional ball away, because it is actually quite a long way away. It's 2 inches away, isn't it? Normally, yellow would have had some sort of playable shot, but it's got the perfect in-between spot. I want to play the rush peel, the rush promotion. Judging the distance of Black here is so difficult.
There it goes.
Too far. I think JP's open on that. So it's just gone half a ball too far, I think. Or a full ball too far. So is JP open? He can... Is he going to jump it? Is he going to run it on the floor? Having a good luck, it's running it on the floor. This is for the match. Sharp, yes. Well done. England move 5-3 ahead. And a very rare position there, Tim, at this level, to find 4 balls all within 2 feet of each other.
Hoop, indeed.
And a really good snuggle. We shouldn't underestimate how tricky that shot was, and to get the direction as well as the weight. Very well played.
So both number ones winning their matches.
Meanwhile, Toby's taken a 3-2 lead on lawn 1, and Juan has managed to get hoop 7 and hoop 8 to re-establish his lead on lawn 3. So we'll wait and see which lawn they decide to focus on. And looks like the camera is pointing at lawn 1. So hoop 6 is in play, and Toby's miles away. Patricio's got complete control here of hoop 6, and Toby's shooting from almost the south boundary, potentially at a target.
You like a break?
Yeah.
So off you go.
I will have a little break and pass you over to my good wife, and thanks for your time, Tim.
Pleasure. Thanks, Chris. A bit of movement's a good idea.
Hello, Tim.
Morning, Jenny. Which match have you been watching?
I've been watching Ewan versus Jose.
Sounded like a good finish.
Quite an exciting match, yeah. Jose's shooting was very, very poor, and he knew it, because the sort of couple of minutes before they started, he was shooting from 1 to 4 and back again, and he just missed everything. So he had a bit of a no shooting match, but he recognised that and took position a lot more. And yeah, Ewan will be quite disappointed by that match, but it was a good contest between the two of them.
Good, and the match overall finely balanced.
What's the score at the moment? It's like 4-3, is it?
We're 5-3.
5-3, right.
To England.
With Spain up.
Both number ones winning their matches, and Spain have taken a 5-3 lead on lawn 3. Aston had got back into it, but now 5-3 behind.
So Aston, he was 3-0 down, was he?
And they're 6-3 behind, so looking in a rather weak position.
But it looks like
One's-
Toby's doing pretty well.
Toby is doing well.
Toby will be coming into this with loads of confidence after last week.
He has played very well, and he's very methodical. They are only halfway through the second game, where Lawn 3 we're well into nearly finishing the third game.
I hope they are prepared to maybe change some lawns if needed, because Toby might occupy some space for a while.
Well, as the manager, I might have to make a decision about whether if Patricio wins game 2, whether we leave the last game to
That
the
might
end
be
of
left,
the day.
yeah. It also could be this singles JP versus Andres on lawn 4, which will be waiting for Toby's match, just depending on how quickly these front 3 finish. But
Indeed.
it's quite an unusual order of play where 4 of the players are sitting out and then playing people who've already had matches. Was that a deliberate option, or?
I have to say, as a manager today and tomorrow, it had nothing to do with me.
Ah, good man, good man.
So as a predetermined, I was rather expecting to see people who'd been sitting out this morning playing each other in game 2, and then one could have started those matches as soon as a match finished. But
Well, yeah, that also creates a delay because they're actually all waiting for opponents, aren't they?
indeed.
And yeah, it's because you think you might sort of do 2 sets of 2 full rounds, but I mean, it is what it is. And there's 2 Spaniards waiting out playing warmed up Brits, there's 2 Brits sitting out playing warmed up Spaniards, so it's not like one country has a specific advantage. Yeah, there was quite an interesting turning point in the Ewan v Jose match, the first game this morning, where Ewan had got himself into hoop 3 into the jaws and had the option with his other ball of playing a snuggle, which was probably less than a foot, and instead chose to rush Peeler's partner. So he rushed Peeler's partner down to where the peg is.
Where did his ball end up?
His other ball ended up in the jaws, so it wasn't too bad. But then Jose took excellent position at hoop 4, and the next shot Ewan played was a really quite frustrated, probably shouldn't have taken that tactical option, I'm now a bit behind, absolute thrash, which missed by a long way. And that sort of turned things around, because it was something like, I think it might have even been 4-0. And it was 3-0, so it turned things around. Jose won the next 3. But some of Ewan's shooting was beautiful to watch.
It's now looking on lawn 3 as though Juan has a relatively straightforward hoop to win the match.
What's that last comment that came up on your screen? Looks like this match could be over here.
Yes, Juan has run that hoop successfully. The match score is now 5-4 to England.
Well, I am definitely supporting England. It's quite fun to see it becoming competitive.
It certainly makes the afternoon and tomorrow very interesting.
Yeah. Well, it keeps the Spanish tail up. We might get all the matches played.
So well done, Juan.
Had a nice visit from a fox down on lawn 4 as well.
We have some very friendly foxes at Roehampton. 3 or 4 of them.
Okay. Saw a couple of them on the golf course the last couple of days.
Very tame.
David pointed out that your crows are quite good at, or rooks or whatever they are quite good at opening bags and helping themselves to nibbles as well.
Well, they certainly can cause a lot of damage to croquet lawns. I haven't seen them this last week on the croquet lawns, but in the winter months they dig some pretty big holes.
Your groundsman was pretty positive actually. He said he's quite happy about the foxes. They don't bother him, and the squirrels can be a bit annoying, but
Yes, I think the crows are our main problem. We have a resident pair just behind us here.
quite vicious the way they dig into the ground. What have we got over here anyway? It's 3-all, with Toby comfortably in front of hoop 7. The boundaries on lawn 4 caused a few problems just because, because obviously it was golf croquet playing from on the line, and Ewan's quite a tall chap with a big swing. He hit one magnificent shot, but he did actually clip the hedge in his last backswing. And it's all fine, and they were very careful moving balls in, but I know how awkward it feels when you're moving a ball in when you can only just see your target ball.
Yes, I was saying earlier, one of the issues we have here is the front lawns, 1 and 2, and indeed 3 to a lesser extent, we've got this small wall, and so it's quite difficult stalking.
Yes.
And you certainly need to bring the ball in a little bit if you're going to take a big swing. Running a hoop or clearances.
Yeah, and the guys were saying they felt a little bit uncomfortable with that, bringing the ball in. They're trying to run a hoop and bringing the ball in a couple of feet just feels a bit wrong, but you've really got to make sure there is nothing in your backswing.
Can I leave you for a second,
Absolutely, yeah.
Jenny, while I go and do a bit of managing?
England captain calling on Tim. So yeah, interesting shot from Toby there. I don't know if he was maybe blocked or just felt uncomfortable having that ball there. So he's played a lovely wee promotion, just trying to block black, presumably at yellow and at the hoop. And again, it's one of these pretty critical ones where that north boundary is sort of a raised edge, so they're beautiful courts, but it does get in the way of the swing a wee bit. And yeah, Patricio just checking that his backswing is safe, and then you've just got to forget that background. That was a beautiful attempt to jump. That was in the air all the way to the hoop. He hit it very, very well. But not quite well enough here. So you can see Toby pushing down the hoop. These Atkins hoops, one of the things about them is if they get hit enough, they do tend to rise up. So they just need to be banged in just a bit more. You can see Francis on lawn 2 checking out the hoops, and hoop 4 is definitely getting a little bit below the ground. His carrots are a bit low. But I understand the hoops are set somewhat more tightly today than yesterday because everyone was running them very well yesterday. They're still completely legal, but not a lot of clearance. Nice hoop from Toby. He'll be a bit disappointed to still stay quite far north. What lawn are you on, Jamie? Excellent. So Jamie, who's had the morning off, is going to be playing at Manuel, who's just had his big match with JP, so it's very well warmed up. So Jamie just needs to take his 15 minutes or however long he gets, having sat out, to get himself ready to be fully on his game from the start. Because we noticed yesterday some of the players took a bit of time to get going, which is fine when they're both fresh on the lawns. But now these guys coming and playing newly just have to get on their game quickly. So while we see these guys playing down towards hoop 8, one of the things I did this morning was to use Andrew Cowing's performance analysis tool looking at Jose versus Ewan, their match. And you get some quite different numbers in conditions like this with the lawns so smooth. Get a lot less successful position taking. And both the lads were okay taking position, not the sort of numbers that you'd hope to get. What we noticed is that Jose took position a lot more than Ewan, but you kind of expect that given Jose found his shooting wasn't working very well. And they really, really did struggle running hoops from any distance. So at the end of the game, when it was 6-all, there was a point where Jose just left Ewan a 5-yard hoop, which they hit pretty well yesterday. Jose had already had a go from the boundary, which was unsuccessful, left Ewan the 5-yarder, which unfortunately for Ewan was unsuccessful. and then with very much an AC stroke, so quite a smooth stroke, ran quite an angled hoop 13, Jose, to win the match. I mean, I realise at this level the thought is that 6 and 7 yarders will be hit. They'll be hit fairly centrally. A lot of the longer shots will be hit on these lovely smooth conditions because you don't really have to power things. But there's also a bit of value in just popping a ball in front of a hoop from time to time, because since the lawns are so fast, if the clearance isn't central, that striker's ball will actually roll on quite a bit further. So if you can keep making your opponent clear, you can potentially get them progressively further and further from the hoop. Now we've had Patricio have a bit of a go at an in-off with his ball there. Hasn't been successful, but he's moved yellow quite a long way back. And again, clearing your opponent a long way just because it's so much harder to take position, especially going across the face of a hoop. And entertaining us on lawn 2 very soon, we're going to have Stu Smith versus Juan Ojeda. And again, Juan's just had this big 3-game match against Aston, which he's won. But Stu's very much up for the challenge, coming onto the court for his warm-up. So there's also a piece in the Ewan v Jose match where Jose left Ewan probably about slightly under 2-yard jump shot at hoop 5. He could have cleared and got into some sort of clearing battle. He chose to pop his ball dead in front, but wasn't sure about the decision because giving Ewan a sort of 5-6 foot jump shot dead straight, Ewan played it really nicely. So for people watching these matches, there has been just a couple of lawns moved because of the order of play, where not really about people sitting out, it's more about the people that are playing. There's a lot of people waiting for opponents. So, and in fact waiting for lawns. So Stu was scheduled to be on lawn 1, which Toby is occupying. They are 4-3 in game 2. So Stu's been moved on to play his first match of the day on lawn 2. But we'll keep you up to date with whatever match we're having to follow. They are using the word double banking to my left, so we'll see what happens there. It's just this, one of these matches is taking a bit of time. So we've got the 2 Englishmen in front of me warming up, and Toby's just had a go at hoop 8 and missed that. Just here newly, so I'm not sure how well Patricio is shooting today. So he's taking on quite a big clearance at red. Which, to be honest, depending on how they're playing, I'd quite fancy just rolling a ball in here. Probably means that black's tight in front. Not really a very successful result. Obviously Toby is no longer in front if he was in hoop running position. I'm quite a long way away. I'm almost on the line of corner 4 to hoop 1 on lawn 1 here. So he has moved Toby away if he did have a shot at the hoop, but obviously blue's lost and red's got a very straightforward clearance. lot of discussion now since Lawn 1's being so firmly occupied. They will, if Lawn 1 becomes game all, they will stop that match. They will pause it. So it's a reminder, it's 5-4 to England. This match, Patricio's game up and is, Patricio's game down and is 4-3 down. So they may conclude the match, but having moved one of the lawns, they've now got the prospect of someone returning to a lawn, potentially double banking. Lots of options available for the manager here. Oh, there's a mallet up in the air. I'm not sure what he was shooting at there. I can't quite see with a bunch of players sorting out what's happening. Ewan making some really quite sensible comments. Oh. So yeah, we'll just wait a wee while to see when that's sorted out. So yeah, looking back to the game with a few less bodies in my way, Toby's made a really nice clearance. He's got red dead in front of the hoop, so he's in quite good nick here. Patricio may have some sort of a double from the north boundary, and it's sort of double you fancy from there because it just gives you a chance to feel like you might be able to get back into things. He's looking at this. That's a miss, so we're probably looking at 5-3 England. That looks like a very straightforward hoop. So probably looking at another 15-20 minutes if we're lucky for that game to be concluded. Nicholas, what's happening with you?
So I'm supposed to be playing in Lawn 4, but since Toby and Patricio are still playing, they are gonna so they changed the lawn so that Lawn 4 had Stu and Juan Ojeda play.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna be playing in the same lawn where Toby just played against Patricio.
So you'll be right. So you're going to move to
Lawn 1. It's a weird
1
thing, but as long as it helps the tournament, I'm okay with it.
Good lad. So you're not going to be double banking anything today?
No. That was the initial idea, which, I mean, in Spain we're more than used to double banking, but no, not necessary, I think.
So are England, but it's sort of high stakes. It's quite nice to just have a lawn, be able to concentrate.
I agree.
And no one wants
yourself, so you don't have to check the other game where you're bothering them or not.
Yeah.
It's better to just be selfish and know that you have it all for yourself.
Chris Roberts was telling me about a game a few years ago, I think, where he double banked, and quite a long time ago. And Reg Bamford was one of the people he was double banking with, and they were waiting behind him. And he said, "Look, I'm shooting forcefully towards this hoop from 7 to 6.
Yeah.
Would you like to mark your balls?" No, we'll watch them.
Oh no.
And he played his shot and he moved all 4 balls with the double banked guys. And to be fair to them, he said that they did in fact stand there and watch it.
Yeah.
And had no idea how to put them back.
That is funny.
Nicholas, you're now waiting for Lawn 1, aren't you?
Yes. So I think I might be warming up in this lawn for a little bit.
Okie dokie. Yeah, take a good time to get yourself ready.
Absolutely.
Yeah, supporting England plus Nicholas. He's a lovely, lovely guy. Okay, quite a good hoop from Patricio. He's overhit it somewhat though. It's a reasonably straightforward hoop and he's gone off the boundary. But yeah, very fast lawn, so 4-5. This match has still got a lot of life and time in it. So yeah, Nicholas has just wandered on to Lawn 2 just to have his warm-up. He'll be on lawn 1 when he's ready. I think Jamie might be ready to kick off on lawn 3. So Toby's played up to a bit short of hoop 10, but really quite nice position. Might be wired. So what he's trying to do is just basically hide behind the hoop from black. If he doesn't get hidden, just stay back a wee bit, just to make black shots further. And I think he's got the block, given that Patricio looks like he's shooting. No, Patricio rolls another ball up, and again, nice position. So yeah, running this analysis tool that Andrew Cowing created, basically all you're doing is going, what is the shot they're trying to play? Are they taking position? Are they shooting? Are they shooting at different ranges? And position's really the most important thing. Half your shots in a match are position taking. So what we found is, certainly going from 90 degrees on, it's really quite difficult. The ball just dribbles on a bit. And in terms of assessing if a shot was successful or not, I mean, looking at 4 or 5 yards out, given the quality of these players, the lovely conditions, even if the ball's pretty far south of the hoop, I'm generally classifying that as a success. If they can have a legit, genuine shot at the hoop, that's a reasonable place they've put their ball. And yeah, just watching a couple of the players warming up, they're having their balls just drifting past the hoop, so they need to find a way to rein that in. Right, so Toby for 6-4, he's probably about 3 yards out. 2 or 3 yards back. He lines these up very, very carefully, and he's got quite a consistent, powerful stroke. Unsuccessful with that. I think blue's in front, and it could still be quite a competitive and longest running game, this one. Patricio having a go to make it 5-all. It's again got this nice compact technique that you see with a lot of the Spaniards. Frustrated as the hoop wins. And yeah, these hoops, I think on these 3 lawns are tighter than on lawn 4. I know Chris was going out to straighten and tighten hoop 3 because it got a right battering at the end of the match between Ewan and Jose. But yeah, felt the hoops were a bit wider there. At some point Jose ran hoop 3 down to very close to hoop 5, and then ran hoop 9 up to sort of between hoops, well, hoop 3 and hoop 6. So ran them by quite large angles, which suggests maybe the hoops are a bit wider, or maybe just a bit of spin as they've gone through. So Toby nicely in front, Patricio misses. Patricio's going to be very lucky if he's got any sort of shot with blue next, because Toby's got a lovely position to rush this to wide. Yeah, looks like Toby's got that position. Patricio's moving his ball forward to get rid of that obstruction, and is going to in fact clear yellow, because yellow's in a really good clearing position there. So hitting yellow in the middle at sort of moderate pace would be a really quite powerful result. Yeah, plays a really good shot. So blue's pretty much got control over at hoop 11. Not much he could do about red because he couldn't see it, so Toby will go 6-4 up. Patricio will take position with black, and anything that Toby puts anywhere near hoop 11, blue will be on all over. So Toby 6-4. The manager, for his timing, will be absolutely desperate for Toby to win this match, but whatever happens, we will be stopping after 2 games here, and Nicholas will be playing against, well, apparently Toby on that lawn. Okay. So nice position with black. You want to get tight position, and what the Egyptians will often do, particularly if they're down after they've played 8 hoops, they will risk not getting position at hoop 9 to try and get close, to maximise their possibilities of winning 9 and 10. And in this case, Patricio, well, 6-4 down, has to win 11 and 12. So yellow rolls back in. Looks like blue's clearing here. Maybe blue's rushing black in front. Not a very good angle to see this. Yeah, so it just gets rid of yellow. Blue is clearing, ball's gone to the north boundary pretty much as well. Black's a little bit further back from the hoop than I'd like, but you know, in these fast conditions, you want to be in front, and he is dead in front. So Toby from the north boundaries got about a 11-12 yarder. If he's shooting anything like the form he had last weekend, he should be confident hitting this. I think is likely to go at a moderate pace, because otherwise there'll be nothing anywhere near this hoop. It's the middle of it. It's a lovely shot. But you can see how far the clearing ball goes away as well. The clearing ball's level with hoop 5, level with the peg, despite hitting it in the middle. And these are really quite different conditions to what we're going to see at the Opens next week, where we're going to be playing with the newer model Dawson balls made in Humpty Doo in Australia, so called Humpties. They don't rush anywhere near as well. They're a bit like the old Barlow balls, particularly in the sun, so when you get the contact's not as good. The back ball often rides up, the front ball doesn't get cleared as far. So it's just a bit harder to do these clearances. And on these nice quick lawns with good hard balls, the clearances do ping off very nicely. So yeah, you can see Toby's problem. He had a fantastic central clearance, and still Patricio's the first ball that's really particularly close to the hoop. Might choose to take this hoop on. If you're behind, at least having had a shot on goal is better than just dribbling balls up and not ever actually having a shot. I think we've got this awkward position here that Toby is definitely going to need relief. And what sort of a target has he got at the moment with the balls as they lie? So you can see he's lying down, lining them up. He's trying to see if he's got a gap, probably to see if he's got a double, and just making sure he very, very carefully and precisely moves the balls. These are all really honest players, these guys. They want to keep things correct and fair. Doesn't seem to have moved it very far from what I can tell. I think he probably needs at least another foot given that backswing. And yeah, we've just got the unfortunate bit that there's a row of bricks, and there's also the seat, and he's catching the back of that seat. Interesting watching Nicholas warming up. Sometimes when he's hitting the ball hard, he tends to make them bounce a bit, but otherwise hits them very cleanly. So it's trying to hit them a bit harder, and maybe standing a little bit too close for those shots, so that the mallet's still pointing downwards when it makes contact with the ball. So yeah, we could be another few minutes before Toby hits this, because it's just so tricky moving the ball in. Looks like he's ready, but I'm not sure if he's got that clearance for his mallet yet, because he does have quite an extended backswing. And you'll also notice with his Solomon grip, he stands back from the ball quite a bit, which is correct to do, but it just means that he needs that little bit more relief often. Pretty good shot that. Has the middle of black, but again red's gone miles. Yellow's gone miles. Creating that distance though on a 12 to 13 second launch just means it's that much harder for the opponent to get back into position. So we've got Toby with 2 balls about peg high, and Patricio, at least with blue, is a pretty easy hoop approach to take. If anyone does have any questions, I am checking my phone from time to time, so feel free to send something on Messenger or email will probably work. And yeah, if you're missing Chris, he's just having a bit of a break and resting his voice and having a drink. And Tim is off managing, because we've got this position where we've changed lawns, and that creates a bit of a chaos of having people back on lawns they've played on. There was the option of double banking, which I'm quite relieved to see we're not doing. Anyway, Patricio rolls in, takes deepish position, and leaves just a bit of space for Toby to play into. And that yellow at blue looks reasonably short for Toby.
Would you like some company, Jenny?
I would love some company. Aston, welcome.
Thank you.
Any company, Aston's company is better than just any company.
Oh, I
Very
fancied
kind.
Nicholas's company actually, he's lovely. Very pleased to have Aston. You had a bit of a competitive match there.
Yeah, one played very well, particularly in the first game. I was happy with how I played in the second, but then didn't keep it up in the third, so unfortunate, but never mind.
Yeah, momentum can swing backwards and forwards a bit here, can't
Yeah.
it?
But yeah, no, happy with how I played for at least part of it, so hopefully take that into the next match. But I've got a bye for this round, so I will keep you company on comms,
Fantastic.
watching Ewan and Andres. What did you think of Andres' warm-up? Were you watching that?
I didn't see a lot of it, to be honest.
Okay.
He seemed to run a few hoops reasonably well, but yeah, I probably could have had a bit of a peek over there.
I was keeping an eye on Toby as well, so...
Yeah, it seems these guys seem to be shooting pretty well. It was really interesting watching on lawn 4 that Jose had a bit of a no-hitter.
Okay.
His warm-up was really struggling to hit, but he just went, okay, these are my parameters that I'm working with. I'm going to take position a bit better. Took position a lot more than Ewan,
Right.
and there were just a couple of moments where Ewan got a little bit rattled and things turned against him.
Okay. So I was told that Ewan was hitting his clearances very well, but not making the most of hoop shots. So
Yes.
hopefully we'll see an improvement on that in this game. Looks to be a good first positional shot from Ewan there.
Ewan looks really strong when he's not thrashing at things, but sometimes there's just that little bit of frustration and a little bit of energy to get rid of. That's a big fist from Patricio. Yeah, I mean, I talked about the short boundaries, and I'm sure Chris has talked about them extensively, and other commentators. Generally, when we talk about a short boundary, we mean from the side boundaries to the outside hoops. But really also, you've got the north and the south boundaries to those central hoops as well, are quite short. And obviously the north and south boundaries to the outside ones. But you know, an 8, 9, 10 yarder, you're expecting to hit these here, aren't you?
Yep, you'd certainly be hoping so at this level.
Hoops a bit harder today, did you find?
Marginally. I made them look hard in game 3.
Sorry.
Yeah, they've been fairly well set, but the ground is quite soft, so they probably will need to get the hammer out a few times this match.
Yeah, I think with playing essentially 3 rounds on these hoops this afternoon, they're going to get quite floppy.
Yeah.
So just a bit more wrist in that shot from Ewan. Yeah, he did hit some beautiful clearances. He's hit some very well.
Good. Nice mid-pace and gentle, or most of them fairly hard?
A lot of short ones. The thrashers tended to miss.
Okay.
He hit a couple. There was one at hoop 7, which he hit about a 6 or 7 yarder that he hit firmly. He rushed the opponent off the south boundary, but he looked like he played it at maybe 70 to 80%.
Okay.
So he's got so much natural power, and he hit that so well. And these sort of medium-paced, you know, up to about 8 yards, he's excellent at.
Good. Yeah, it's a shot that I struggle with occasionally, that mid-pace 7-8 yarder. But when you can get them going, it is a really useful shot to have in the locker.
Yeah, so this is just a slightly different swing to be playing with. And I mean, playing on lawns that are this fast, that can make you doubt your swing a bit as well. You can become a bit wristy trying to sort of pull your shot back and start decelerating.
Yep. You do just have to question yourself on the pace every time, because you're not used to playing on lawns at this speed. But it's very enjoyable, but it is a challenge, and you do have to remind yourself constantly that they're quite quick.
Yes. Well, they're quite green. Normally you walk up and you go, well, that's lush, and it's going to be so slow at this colour.
Well, it tricks you, because I think they paint them green, judging by all the green on the bottom of our shoes.
Ah, let's have a look at the bottom of your shoe.
There you go.
Oh, goodness,
It's
yes.
really quite green. Meanwhile, excellent snuggle there from Ewan. I don't think there's anything Andy can do about this.
Yeah, and he's got a lovely position with the other ball.
What are you doing with yellow, Jenny?
Just getting it free.
Just free it up? Yep.
There's no point keeping a snuggle when you're about to lose a hoop. Just get
No.
the game open again. And especially because it looks like blue's going to be able to run it down to the next hoop, so
Yeah, that's important, yeah.
it needs the smooth stroke. Yeah.
It's off the boundary, but...
Oh,
Oh, no. Well, that's quite handy there, on the short boundary side. So,
yeah, it's just this controlled power that Ewan's got. That sort of shot is really nice. Oh, the first person to blink on Toby's lawn is Patricio. Misses about a 6 yarder, but look at that. Maybe a little bit shorter.
been having quite a battle over hoop 11 there. So.
There have been some really good shots and good hitting central clearances from both of them.
Good.
Our manager is tearing his hair out over it, obviously. So we've already had one game move. So Ewan, I think, was supposed to be on lawn 1, so he's moved.
No, Stu is supposed to be on 1 against 1, but they've gone up to the walled garden.
They've gone up to lawn 4, right.
So I think Toby is going to play Nicholas on lawn 1 as soon as he finishes.
Yeah. That's the trouble. As soon as things go a little bit out of kilter, you suddenly find yourself maybe putting someone back on the same lawn, or just feeling a little bit stressed as a manager.
Yeah, but the lawns are fairly standardised here. There aren't too many slopes that vary between them, so it's not as much of an issue as it can be at some clubs.
Yeah, like when you're moving from something with a significant speed difference or
Yes.
hills. You're right. That's a good shot. Toby wins the match. So with a bit of luck, we'll move over and watch Ewan. We've got Ewan here versus Andres. So yeah, I'm not sure if we covered that last shot of Toby's, but it was from a few yards out. It was really nice, smooth, running hoop 11 to win the match. Win the second game 7-4, the match 7-6, 7-4. 6-4 to England. How are we feeling, Aston?
I'm feeling happy enough with that. The hope was always to wrap up the match before Sunday, but it's not looking likely. So we'll try and take a good lead into tomorrow.
Well,
plenty more points on offer today. So
500 people watching the live stream, a couple of dozen watching here, probably a bit more than that, want to see a little bit more than finishing off today.
I'm sure they do, and I think the match will very likely be live tomorrow, so it should keep everyone entertained. England needed to win 10 out of 12 to wrap up today.
Right.
I don't think that's happened. So Spain have already won 2 today.
So yeah, I thought Ewan's position taking was pretty good in the previous game. The problem they're having is people trying to get close to the hoops and it just rolling on and on. There was a shot Ewan played at the start of the match where I thought he was yards and yards short, and it just ended up in front of the hoop. It just kept rolling.
I've started under hitting things occasionally. That's a very nice shot from Andres. Ewan left that black short when he tried to take position in front of the hoop, and Andy's hit it on the right side to cut it across to the east boundary.
He's got lovely position with yellow here. Yeah, I think that is the problem though, when you start just being a bit more tentative and suddenly you find you're poking at them and they're not even reaching where they need to. It's quite a rare miss from you, and even at these long distances he's been hitting really quite well. Provided he doesn't get that wristy, really thrashy shot, he's been very, very accurate.
I think that was a nice pace for him. That
Yeah.
didn't look like he was using too much wrist in it.
No, I thought he struck that really well. Not sure if they're giving a scoreboard for the other lawns, but on lawn 3 we've got Spain 4-1 up. That is Jamie versus Manuel, isn't it?
Right, yes. It's a little bit short position on 3 from Ewan. Can probably get in the jaws, but don't really want to be running that.
They were having a bit of trouble getting the jaws on lawn 4. I know it's just and in fact here yesterday the ball would just ping back a bit. It wasn't really settling nicely.
I found jawsing to be okay on these hoops actually.
Okay.
You don't want to be jawsing it with too much pace, but if you get the pace right, they will jaws quite nicely. A couple of my jaws attempts just dribbled through actually. That's a bit more of the issue.
Yeah, I'll just jaws it so I've got first run for the next hoop.
Nope, no. Goes 3 inches through. Never mind.
Hey, worst position to do that's at hoop 12, isn't it?
Yeah, you really don't want to be going through by a couple of inches at 12. Assuming you need 13. Otherwise,
yeah.
Happily take
Otherwise
it.
we're happy with that.
It's been good to see some hoop 13s on the live stream this morning. Kept it exciting.
Yeah, I think sometimes people find it a bit less fun to be playing them, but
yep,
fantastic
certainly.
to be watching them. So yeah, Ewan is thinking about jawsing here, but he could half ball yellow into the corner, but it's still got this sort of 8-9 yarder back at black.
Well, if you clear yellow, then you're letting red have a shot. You can send red into the corner, but as Jenny says, then he'll have his smash at black. Yeah, so he's letting him have that.
He's played it well though. He had quite a cut to get it to that corner.
Yeah, it's not really an ideal position to let opponent have a 8-yarder with the ball in front, but if he couldn't comfortably get in the jaws, then this is probably the best he had.
And I think he's missed one of them just before at hoop 2 as well. Might be misremembering looking at other lawns.
Yeah, quite possibly. Sometimes you do just have to make the opponent play these shots. They will miss some of them. Even if he hits it, Ewan will have a chance to clear yellow.
That's a good shot. That's a lot of that. That was the sort of distance that Pepe was really struggling with.
Right.
But you know he'll go back and regroup, and also he's got the tactics to play around that as well.
Yep.
Remember last year Robert Fulford winning the British Open, where last year he won the Opens, where he couldn't really hit 8
2 years ago that he won the Open.
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Fletcher won it last year.
Fletcher was just unbelievable in the final.
Yeah.
But when
Brilliant.
Robert won it, he didn't have a lot of strength. Fantastic shot from Ewan. Didn't have a lot of power. He wasn't really clearing anything more than 8 yards, so he said, well, I'll get close into my hoops.
Fantastic positional play. Basically won him the event. I think he's about the only player at the event that could win it by taking good position.
Yes.
The rest of us don't do it that well.
Be interesting to see what Robert would look like on these lawns. Such a good positional player and much trickier conditions.
Yeah, even getting back in front of the hoop from 7 yards, as we've seen there, is not trivial. It's just gone a yard too far, really. Still runnable, but...
Oh, has that gone too far?
I think that's okay.
I think black's going to be open.
Yeah, blue's fine there. Now this red is interesting. I think he can get a decent swing. Probably have to play about 3.5 yards back.
Yeah, but he could be clearing blue from off on the west boundary here. And Ewan's going to be very confident at this sort of distance. I don't think he's having a go at black here.
He can swing at this, yeah. Yeah, good shot.
Lovely central clearance.
Always a little bit nasty, those shots where you can clang into the hoop and damage your mallet, so he's played it very well. That's an example of just switching up the pace of the swing. Ewan's tried to hit that a little bit more gently to hang around, and it's not as natural for him as his harder pace swing, so it is a more challenging shot for him to hit at that pace. Jaws here, or trying to run it, Jenny?
Oh, possibly jawsing. Just
I like jawsing,
to give you the advantage at hoop 4. And because these hoops actually don't really like being bullied through. So sometimes
they don't love it from an angle, no. You can bully them from straight and it works nicely.
Yeah.
But yeah, from the angle they do tend to prefer smoother shots.
Yeah, so it's a difficult decision there. And if you're going to run it, you probably want to run it firmly, you want to get down to hoop 4, but yeah, from that angle I didn't fancy hitting it that hard. Ewan taking nice deep position, so yellow clearing's not... Yeah, he's got a good position with blue. Yellow clearing's not going to get blue away such that it's got no shot. Again, just overruns his position, and normal lawns that are a bit slower, you'd expect to have a really good chance of getting the block on blue there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, certainly trying, but percentages here are much lower to get it. Looks like it could be nice.
That's what we were talking about yesterday, about the speed of lawns. At a higher number means a quicker lawn, because you seem to almost wait an age for that ball to just keep trickling until it stops.
Yep. And I like to play quite quickly, so just reminding yourself that the opponent ball is probably still trickling before you play your shot is quite important.
Yes, that rule 12 is a horror, isn't it? You ever been caught out by that with an opponent who's actually cancelled your turn?
I haven't, no. I've had some opponents that have done it, and I've never really felt the need to mention it, because it does feel quite a harsh rule.
It's almost a rule that, because of how the players have adjusted to it, means it shouldn't be there. I mean, certainly I can understand you not being allowed to play while a ball is consequential. It might block, it might go through the hoop, but if it's 20 yards away and just dribbling to a stop, I'm never going to pull up my opponent. So the fact that the players are deliberately ignoring it possibly means that for the next iteration it could disappear.
I think that would probably be for the best.
Or the word consequential put in there.
Excellent shot from Ewan.
Lovely hoop stroke that, wasn't it? So playing down here, hoping to get a wire, sorry.
It's getting some applause, so it might be partially wide.
I'm always so uncomfortable when people replace balls in that position. I know it's really helpful and really nice, but when you walk down, so the ball's a couple of inches off the court.
Yes.
You walk down to replace your ball. Are you going, it's a couple of inches at a diagonal, which is critical,
Yeah.
or do I put it directly forwards?
I'd put it on at the angle that it's come off at, which is a slight diagonal here.
Yeah, exactly. Do I remember the exact angle? Because it was a wee while ago. I just like a ball to be put on the lawn correctly, where it's going to be played from.
Yeah.
Pop it on so that there's no confusion.
Yellow, I think, took a little bit of hill out wide there. Given the black played in, we're assuming blue can see red here.
Bit unlucky there. It's a good shot.
Yeah.
Red would have. It would only come off the side boundary, but it used black as a backstop and is still in running position.
Yeah. Try and brush those off, because you've hit the ball you were trying to hit and got unlucky. You've played the shot near enough as you wanted to, so can't beat yourself up about it.
Yeah, you needed a pretty surgical removal of red, and he has hit a 9-yarder.
Yeah. Which he might not have had all off.
Yeah. Huge stroke. So the mallets the Spaniards are playing with, they look a bit like trimmers. Are they trimmers or are they Spanish made?
Ooh, I'm not confident on that. I think some of them are trimmers. Some of them might also be Spanish. Yeah, I'm not certain.
I'll ask Nicholas when he comes back at some stage.
Juan's playing with a wooden mallet. I'm not sure who made that one.
That's probably been around for a few years. Apparently Juan was playing about 20 odd years ago.
Right. Mainly an AC player, is that correct?
I think I might have played AC against him. And yeah, if it's 20 years ago, that probably just about predates golf croquet being popular. It certainly predates this amazing boom of croquet in Spain. Now, I've got to say, you English are very, very lucky to have Spain so close and so good, to have these competitive matches.
It's been really good over the past few years. So it's the 4th test match we've had against them, and the hope is that they'll continue to be annual. So really good practice for us.
So yeah, people talk a lot about the Openshore Shield, and obviously that's the pinnacle golf croquet event, but I mean this is pretty pinnacle as well.
It's very high standard, yes. So I believe Spain are going to be in the Openshore Shield this year.
Yep, tier
not
1.
next year, yes. So they've won the last tier 2 event, I believe, so they've been promoted. Certainly deserving of it.
So I can remember watching, chatting to one of the Americans during the McRobertson Shield, the association croquet version, and he said because of COVID they hadn't had the traditional England America match to blood their players and give them that top level experience. And so they had a couple of very new players. Tom Balding won, who was excellent and will be excellent in the Openshore Shield. And I mean, this is what you've got. You had the Egyptian match last year, you have this match annually, and it's really good preparation. You're used to playing high pressure team competitive matches, which Australia and New Zealand have got rid of the Trans-Tasman test because they were always. They lost their purpose because they ended up being men and women, but the women were of a much lower standard, and the New Zealand women, there are very few competitive New Zealand women playing, a few more in golf croquet. but it means that we don't get that preparation you get. We don't have this match.
Would they not reincarnate it as just a normal best players from each country?
They're not prepared to do that.
Okay.
It might be a funding thing for Australia, because they're the ones who have said we must have women.
Right.
What I would like to have seen is 6-player tests where 3 can be international experienced players, but 3 are up-and-comers, so people who haven't played in a McRob. So
Okay.
not too many restrictions, but 3 that haven't played in the Open Shore Shield for golf croquet.
That would certainly be helpful. So we do occasionally use weaker England events for developing players, but we don't have that many events for developing players like that, so I do think it would be a nice idea.
But yeah, you can spend too much time developing your players and not... you have to get that balance right, because you have to get your top players actually playing this top stuff rather than going, we'll bring on the next tier. Oh, it's a lovely promotion
nice.
from Ewan.
So he didn't run the hoop as well as he would have liked, but tried to make up for it with promotion. He has got a hoop shot there, but it's quite angled, so he might just choose to clear yellow.
I think he's going to have to clear yellow, because jawsing that is an absolute disaster on this hoop.
Yeah, trivial jump for yellow, so he either needs to run it or clear yellow.
Although even clearing yellow centrally, black ends up in full control. You might go too far here. That's a bit of a disaster. Probably gone far enough. I mean, the worst case scenario, obviously red's not running the hoop, but the worst case scenario is that black can just smash yellow, get rid of them both.
I can't do both while hitting yellow in the middle.
Yeah, red just went that little bit further to protect it.
That's not brilliant for you in there. Yellow comes back in and blue will probably have to take yellow out immediately.
Yeah, because red can clear black or can snuggle up next to black, giving black absolutely nothing.
Snuggles have been quite a good choice on these lawns, given how flat they are. Normally I don't particularly like playing snuggles, but I'm quite happy to play them from up to 5 yards away here.
Okay.
They're still very viable.
Yeah, Ewan turned down quite a short one against Jose at hoop 3.
Okay.
And instead chose to promote partner ball through hoop 3. It was in the jaws, which looked like a fairly dubious decision, and partner only went about peg high.
Right.
Jose then takes good position at hoop 4, and I felt that Ewan just let that frustration from his decision making out, and that was his worst shot of the match. That's
great
beauty
shot.
though, that one. But he's obviously reflected on that, and he's come back very strongly here.
Yeah, really good to see.
I felt sorry for him in that previous match. He certainly deserved a third game at least. Physically he was stronger. Right, 4-2 though. What's going on lawn 3? 5-3 to Spain.
A little bit better than 4-1 it was earlier for England, so let's see if Jamie can win hoop 9.
I think your captain described Jamie as a veteran.
Yes, I think he did. He was, on the whole, quite positive with our introductions, so that was nice of him.
So the key thing about the veteran label though is Jamie's not going to get rattled. He's been there, done it, seen it.
Yeah, very calm player, Jamie. It looks like Manuel's playing a shot to get in the jaws of 9 here, so Jamie does have his work cut out.
It's not in the jaws though.
No, it hasn't quite come off. Anyway, Ewan hasn't hit his clearance. I'm not sure if he was slightly blocked. Andres now will be trying to run this down to the vicinity of 8.
Good too. Now the key thing with Ewan, you can see blue's off the lawn, but it looks like blue missed red and at least managed to stay on side. So he's got a reasonably strong position where his ball's going to come back on.
Yep, that's a good point.
Hey,
It's
sort
gone
of
a little bit wide with black there. Stop red from clearing it up the lawn.
yeah. I mean, you don't really want to be rolling in front with black and trying to clear red with blue. Red's not in front of the hoop. Still gives red a 9-10 yard shot if you take that line of play. So just
Yeah, you
hang
can
back
play
a
it,
bit.
but it's not the easiest way to do it. That's a nice yellow.
Nice yellow, avoids blocking red on black. I'm just interested to see the odd ball like red here just popped in front blocking. I know it's difficult to achieve, but just puts a different kind of pressure on you.
Well, you consider snuggling black here. You can also hit the side of blue. He doesn't have all of blue.
Well, you've also got this interesting position with blue there, is that blue's a nice blocker on black at yellow.
Blue's a blocker of black.
So red clears black
Yep.
and
Oh yes.
rushes it
Yeah,
behind
yeah.
blue.
That's a very good point. So he's gone for your first option of trying to block the hoop. I think he has blocked blue.
It's got a bit of a wry smile out of you. It's just a slightly different line of play to what we've seen here the last sort of day and a half. So just mixes the tactics up a wee bit.
Yep.
He's not happy. And I just like it because it adds in that little bit of a risk of a rush peel, which is a disaster.
Yeah, it's not something you want to do at 4-3 up at hoop 8.
I think he played for that double clearance too.
Yeah, or chances of spinning off. He wanted to hit it on that side to send yellow as far away as possible, so it's worth a go for both.
It's always nice to try and get that little edge and achieve two things. Now, has red fully blocked blue? Oh, that's
I think it has, but
a cracking
that's
shot
an
there.
excellent yellow. He'd probably have taken the jump on either way, but he'll definitely be having it now.
Very, very strong jump shot player, isn't he?
Yeah, he loves them.
And yeah, yellow's far enough back that that's nicely in Ewan's range.
That wasn't the best display. The height was fine, can't complain about that.
Got a replay here. Notice he keeps his body very still. He's got a really lovely technique for playing these. A little bit
A bit
of
risky,
wrist.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Interesting seeing these replays. You can just see a little bit more detail come through about what's happened.
Yeah. Thank you to the team inside for sorting those.
So 4-all. This is so critical playing from hoop 8 to hoop 9.
Jawsable?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but unfortunate. Yellow will come in deep here. I mean, coming deep, you might get a shot at the hoop, or you're covering that hoop to clear whatever goes in front.
Are you going to shoot at black with red?
No.
No.
No, I'm probably going to try and take some sort of jumping position.
Okay.
Maybe not be quite as deep as I would often be. I just think black looks difficult. I mean, black jawsing is pretty bad, but you know, if you're going to take some sort of slightly deep jumping position, just go, hey, if you want to jaws, I'm
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, put yellow 5 yards back and then red 2 yards in front, and jawsing isn't very strong for you, and after that. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Bit more, gone on a bit more than he'd like. Ewan's got this nice half ball clearance on yellow, which will keep him sort of in front of the hoop. Where's blue?
That's
Lost that a
good
bit.
one as well. I think yellow's pretty much perfect there. Had it stayed any shorter and Ewan had taken good position, black would have been able to cut it to corner 1.
Yeah,
So I think that's a good yellow.
yeah, it's still nice jumping position. It's pretty straight.
Probably taking similarly deep position as yellow with red here.
Yeah.
Just 3 yards back looks good.
I just don't feel that black's worth it.
No.
Yeah, you take these long shots on. If you miss them, it nudges your confidence down a wee bit. It nudges theirs up a little.
does look to be having a shot here. It's a good shot.
It is a good shot. I guess you're trying to take out their smallest percentage of running the hoop. But now black's just got a really easy clearance on yellow.
Yeah, I think had blue been in front, he would have taken position, but given Ewan's immediate best chance on the hoop was black, he felt the need to have a shot.
I was commenting on this before. If you can get people clearing, the lawn is so quick, while it's easy to clear, if you don't get a dead centre contact, your ball's actually travelling away.
Yeah, it's really hard to stick around. And it does change a lot of the tactics playing on lawns when they're fast like this. And we don't get a lot of practice on them, so it's nice to have to think slightly differently.
Yeah, it's just a different set of tactics, and yeah, you're used to using your power to your advantage.
Yeah, it's not quite so helpful on these evens up the field.
Quite a good yellow, that. Again, just force Ewan to go off to the boundary.
He didn't play it in as deep as I thought he might. Again, had it stayed a couple of feet shorter on the line he played it in at, Ewan would have had a nicer cut clearance there. But it went pretty much perfectly so that Ewan couldn't cut it nicely. Ordinarily I'd play the yellow in slightly deeper to avoid the risk of being a couple of foot short and conceding that easy cut clearance.
So on our screen here, they're advertising the Sugar Beach International Croquet Cup.
You're familiar with that, aren't you, Jenny?
The lawns aren't quite as quick as these ones, but they've got about 5 swimming pools. The weather is fantastic. They've got fruit bats flapping around the place. And yeah, I've always said about this event, one of the key things was that Guy Scurfield was there and was fabulous.
Brilliant.
Just absolutely created the atmosphere, encouraged everyone. It was a very positive event.
It does sound like it had an amazing atmosphere. Can't really argue with 5 swimming pools. That does sound tempting.
I was used to go to one. I might go and visit the other one now. Grab a cocktail on the way. Right, where's blue got to then?
That's a good question.
Blue's down here.
Blue's down here, yeah.
Yeah, need to clear black here.
I think
I'm not sure.
black might have come in with red blocking yellow at black, so
Yeah,
yellow's
I'm
tried
not
to
sure
block
you can see that.
blue at red. I
Reasonable
think
shot
it's
too.
just a little bit far.
That's a
good
good
shot.
shot. Makes it that much harder often to get that clean clearance when there's a ball just kind of in your view.
Yeah, even if it's not in the way you end up thinking about it. So it was a very good effort from Andy to block blue at red, but really good shot from Ewan to get black wired from yellow in the first place.
Yeah. And look where he's got blue.
And yeah, that's very nice blue.
So running this hoop smoothly with black, he doesn't have to get all the way up there because blue's already on its way. It's not an angle I want to see the hoop absolutely smashed at.
No, I don't think so.
Has red got anything here? Looks like that hoop's in play.
I think he's got it.
Yeah, it's south of the hoop, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so.
Didn't look like the best contact of mallet and ball.
No, I don't think he took a particularly big backswing there. It seemed a little bit jabby.
Yeah, a little bit forced coming through.
Yeah.
This is by a wee way. So Jamie, I think, is still in game 1. He's hanging in there.
He is. He's dragged it back to 5-all. So we'll keep you updated there.
Yeah, a bit of an angled shot and the hoop fights back, unfortunately.
Yeah. Wasn't a bad shot.
Good pace, I thought.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether it's bounced back to. You're jumping this anyway.
If it's not runnable, I think I'll take a nice position wide from blue, because I don't really want to run it with blue up there.
Well, true.
And if black can't run, you can get wide from black and blue with nicer jumping position.
You're not guaranteed to jump this, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, I think.
If black can run, then you have to have a go to jump now. So.
Well, I've got to say, I'm not convinced black's runnable, and I think you were right.
Good to know.
Should normally expect you to be right, but you know, I fully agree with you on this instance. Yeah, now black just gets a free dribble into the jaws.
Yeah.
No, I reckon black's runnable if he's doing this.
Yeah, he's considering just halfway, so black.
Just going, this is mine.
Black must be runnable. Oh no, he's coming in, trying to block red at black. Okay.
Pretty decent effort. He's overrun it, but he's in front of the hoop.
Yeah, and I know Chris likes to talk about where the miss is, and going too far past the block is a lot better than short, because too far he gets a hoop,
Yeah.
and short he's not in front, so it's a good shot there.
And I've spent years hearing this from Chris, so
I'll try not to bring it up too much,
just
Jenny.
embrace it. Still in this. But yeah, I mean, it does, given how often Chris mentions it, it does make it very clear to you when you see someone try and dribble in a block where they don't get the block, they don't get in front of the hoop,
Yeah.
and they have nothing.
It's not the best jaws.
That's back where he started, I think.
He's just said same place, yeah.
So there, yeah, that looks runnable from you see
Yeah.
it, saw it bounce back. Looks runnable, completely wide from red.
It's runnable. I
And-
don't know if he'll be able to get it through that far.
It'll be interesting to see what yellow does. Yellow's got very little of this.
I think you probably still take the shot at black here. He looks to be shooting at blue.
That really is the trouble though. If you clear black, blue just runs the hoop, doesn't it?
Well, it's not guaranteed. Depends whether you're willing to risk letting you and poke black into the jaws and potentially get good control at 10 as well,
Yeah.
or whether you'd rather just let him run it with blue. Yeah, it's a good shot.
Nice clearance. What he wanted to do, he's achieved very well. Yeah, I'm not convinced red can see any of black here. But if it's got a sliver, that would be a very much clearing sliver.
He might just take position with red and force Ewan to run with black rather than poke it in the jaws. It all depends on how far Ewan's likely to be able to run it with black at the moment.
He's lining up something.
Presumably black then. I don't think there's much point in shooting at blue.
You'll have bottom edge of black, but any contact's going to clear it away from the hoop.
That's a very good shot.
He had all of that, didn't he?
Yeah, seemed to.
I'm suspecting black was probably a little bit further from the hoop than it looked
Yeah.
from where we were. But again, still a very, very good shot.
It's good to see Ewan taking the time to look for the point that blocks the shot at the hoop with yellow. As we said earlier, it's unlikely to come off in challenging lawns like this, but well worth the go.
Well, you're taking position. Let's take position and get something else. That's an excellent
Very
shot.
close to it. I think it might be a ball short, but half a ball short. Maybe he does have it.
think he might be left with only one option here. I'm not keen to suggest it to him. I thought he had a couple of options there. He also had the playing off blue, trying to get the double clearance.
It definitely is on. If you don't fancy the jump, then it's well worth a go.
Well, it's difficult, but the jump was very difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, that's turning. Has he spotted that?
Oh. But yeah, cracking shot from Ewan to block yellow's hoop there.
And in fact, he'd also blocked red's hoop, so even just clearing blue wasn't very attractive. It had to be the double clearance if he was to do anything. Now, I think this is an error here. I think red should have taken an excellent position.
Why do you think that?
Well, look where yellow and blue are. Yellow's
Offside.
Yellow's offside, good point.
Yeah.
So yellow's actually moving, you're right. Another quite nice positional shot from Ewan, by the look at that.
Yeah, it's good. Might even be blocking red. Possibly not. We've got a good camera view for that now.
Yeah, but it's getting into red's mind, and red's going, well, if I clear it, I'm not going to stay in front of the hoop from there.
Yeah.
Got a bit of a risk of just rushing it into the jaws, which is awful. It just brings in all these nice possibilities. If you haven't tried it at lunchtime, I recommend the crispy chicken burger.
Some of us had it on the first day, so it was highly recommended already.
You didn't do very well on your beef burger that first night.
I didn't know, but it was very nice.
I did appreciate the crisps though. The chips,
yeah,
thank
you're
you.
welcome. Yeah, £10 burger and pint is too good to say no to, really. So Ewan's just clipped that. Andres will probably choose to take black here.
Yeah, it's just giving him that freer shot now, though. You can hit it with a bit less worry.
He's hit that quite hard.
Must be thinking he's running it with yellow to hit it that hard.
Yeah, it's not easy with yellow.
Or was he having a go at the hoop? I don't think he missed that badly.
No. Did just seem a little bit too hard to hit that at.
What's Ewan doing?
I like that black.
It's a nice shot. And yeah, he's played to the other side of the hoop, so the clearance is not going to leave yellow in front, especially on these lawns.
Yep. Oh, he's hit that very well.
Hit it well, but unlucky with black hitting hoop 6. Oh, the fellas they haven't left the lawn. 6-5 to Spain. That's Jamie's match is still very competitive.
Over on lawn 1, Spain are 4-1 up. That's Nicholas against Toby.
Well, Toby's just camped there for the day, is he?
It seems to be, yeah. He's got his bye for the final round, so I think he might come and do some commentary with Ewan.
Get them a couple of pints and let them go, I reckon.
Yep.
Yeah, because Ewan will be finished quite soon as well. He's just got this match and then he's done for the afternoon. Nice long hoop from Toby. So Toby's 4-2 down. Got loads to go, loads of time to go in that match.
good position with black.
This is one shot where Ewan's got so much advantage over people that he can just hammer this half ball.
Yep.
Blue into corner 4. Andres is an excellent player. He's, I don't know if chosen to hit it in the middle or got a bit too centrally.
Yeah, I think he would have tried to hit that on the other side, really. He's clipped it, but still sent it 7 yards. So.
Bit of a pressure shot for Andres, really. I mean, it's only about 7 or 8 yards away, but look where Ewan's blue balls come back on.
It's pretty good if he wants to have a pop at hoop 11, having run it with black at 10. So yeah, you do really want to hit this with red. And that's a good shot.
Felt like his bottom hand came through that swing a bit, but came through very straight.
It's nice to see a big backswing there, unlike a couple of the other ones.
Yeah, you really want to be letting the mallet do as much of the work as you can. Shaking his head a bit, but that looks runnable, doesn't it?
It's runnable. I think he would have just liked it on the other side to increase the distance from red slightly. Good shot there.
Lovely clearance from Ewan. Hits it on a 3/4 ball. Half ball, maybe.
Yep. And you want to take yellow out there rather than letting Andres have a go at clearing black and potentially getting red over towards 11. Important not to concede that when you're 5-4 up.
Yes. Yeah, it's just about damage control a lot of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Andres has cleared him, but it's red's in front of hoop 2 now. Oh, that's travelling.
That's gone.
Hands on hips. But I mean, that's the thing, especially coming across the face of a hoop.
Yep.
It lacks of concentration, it just keeps going.
And his positional play has been really good so far this game. So.
Yes. Yeah, it really has. Oh, avoids the wrong ball disaster.
Have we seen any wrong balls so far?
I haven't.
No.
I didn't see a lot of the play yesterday because I was off golfing with David.
Oh yes. Have you told the viewers about that, or should we have a chat?
Well,
I don't know how it went.
The 3-2 win. Yeah, we can mention that.
Excellent. Perfect. Very good.
It's quite a nice course. It's a very short course. Well, relatively short. I'd love to see Ewan playing here. He can hit a golf ball so far. He's about a handicap 1 or 2 golfer as well. He's a superb golfer. But yeah, it has got a lot of bunkers.
Did you find many of them?
Found quite a lot of bunkers.
Okay.
But I've adopted a club which its ownership is debated. It may belong to Ewan or it may belong to Chris, but what we established last night is that it now belongs to me.
Perfect.
It's a lovely wedge. Ewan's a very nice, generous chap. So it's coming home with me, and that was very useful in the bunkers.
Excellent.
So I didn't have too much trouble in them. But yeah, we saw a couple of foxes. In New Zealand we don't have foxes, we don't have squirrels, so it's quite fun to see them bouncing around.
Wow.
Had a lovely fox just down in corner 1 when Ewan was playing Jose on lawn 4.
Yes, Louise showed me a photo of that one actually. I think we saw the fox over on lawn 4 when we had our practice on Thursday night as well.
Clearly quite a tame fox, it just posed. Chris was crouching and creeping up on it. Had to actually move up quite close to it for it to pay attention to us and stand and look at us. It just wasn't bothered.
London foxes are overly confident though.
Yes. We've got a much better culture of just live and let live with animals as well, and they do feast around here. Ooh, that was close.
It was close. I'm
Another
not
nice
entirely convinced you needed to shoot at it. Well, obviously it has a hoop shot, but it's a tricky hoop shot, and
I'm not
blue,
shooting at that.
no, blue is now in the corner, so
It's got this interesting potential for an in-off off black though, hasn't it? I'm not sure if it's got the
I
angle to
don't
it.
know. Looking at the camera view, I think you're better off just trying to run the hoop,
Yeah.
unless you want to clear black.
If you don't run the hoop though, black is running the hoop.
True. Probably clear black and hit the hoop, but
Yeah.
oh, he's played that very well.
He's done pretty well with that, hasn't he? He's got everything. Ewan will still have 2 chances to clear it.
He will.
From 45 degrees, I'd fancy him to get one of them. But yeah, Ewan clearing it is not going to leave him in front of the hoop.
No. It's not the shots you really want to be playing with blue and black, though, because if you don't hit it, then they're going quite a long way away from hoop 11.
Ooh,
So I quite like this choice.
I like that. There's some confidence he's giving in himself as
Yeah,
well.
it's confidence. He's also saying that rather than having a shot with black and potentially missing to the penalty area, he's left it so that it's close to hoop 11 for his approach if blue doesn't clear red out.
And also, if you clear red, if you just keep thrashing at red, you've got nothing once you hit it.
Yeah. Oh, tennis ball invading the lawn, right on the line of Andy's shot.
Just what you want. Oh, Ewan's a former cricketer as well. So I'm hoping we're going to see something competent here.
Oh.
I don't like
No,
it.
I don't think that was competent.
As I mentioned, he is a superb golfer, but it's not that easy with a croquet mallet.
Would have looked good, but
Yes.
oh, we've got a replay as well. Brilliant.
Oh, that's a gin shot. Well, Ewan's round.
Oh, great shot.
Yeah, it's Andrew's understanding, like you said. Black was a ball that was covering Penalt fairly well, covering hoop 11 fairly well. But also, if Ewan had smashed it red out of the hoop, it would have left yellow in play.
And I like that choice from Ewan there. Now that black isn't in front, he's not going to bother shooting at red. He's just going to maximise his chances of taking a 6-5 lead in a minute.
Yeah, you're not a massive percentage to clear red well enough that red doesn't just run the hoop. And you're leading. Let's keep control of the game.
Did we see what happened in Jamie's game? They're off the lawn. No, we missed that.
7-5. 7-5 to Spain.
Okay.
It's been really good watching you fellas interacting. There's a really positive team culture going on there.
It's been really nice, yeah. It is one of the great things about team events like these. We're obviously all very good friends and get on well at whatever tournament we're at, but really make the most of it as a team.
It's a really positive culture as well. There's not, there's obviously going to be a bit of banter and a bit of teasing each other, but the main thing is encouraging.
That's a good point. We have all been very encouraging this time, which is not always the case. We do like a bit of banter, but it's been really nice.
Super shot.
It's a great shot.
Needed that because he's overrun with black, which is difficult in these really critical hoops. You fellas are going to go away with a few dings on your mallets, aren't you?
I've got one from last weekend, yeah. Just slamming it into the corner of that wall. It's on the side of the end face, so I don't think it'll get in the way too much, but it's not ideal.
Part of the problem is you're trying to be really fair, you're trying to move it in the minimum amount, but very often your practice casts are a little bit steeper than your natural swing, because your natural swing you take it smoother and deeper back.
And even if you do have just enough relief, you're still thinking about it and slightly worried, and you sometimes change your swing slightly when you're concerned about hitting something on the backswing. So It is getting in the way.
Yeah, and that wasn't a nice backswing.
No, it was quite a steep backswing, and I think that was intentional to get over the wall, but he's played a nice shot with it.
Yeah, because also the backswing's normally just a bit bigger as well as often being shallower. So yeah, you practice, it's not in the way, but that next swing's bigger. You do often just clip it. Well, like you say, you just change your shot a bit.
And that's gone past, so...
Like what he was trying to do though, I like this mixing it up a bit, putting a bit of pressure on with the close balls.
I think he normally would have chosen to clear yellow there, so it's interesting that he's tried to go for the block.
And he's got away with it too.
Do we think black's runnable, or is it out of running as well?
No, I think it's next to the hoop.
Yeah.
In an interesting position because yellow and red are still quite close. It's probably a really good blue there. Played so that red can't clear it.
It is wide from red, but I don't really fancy running the hoop with that blue.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of this is weighing up. You don't fancy running it with the blue. If you're blue's opponent, do you fancy your opponent running it? Do you want to give them that opportunity? For 6-5,
that is the thing, you don't
huge.
really want to let them have it, even if they just dribble through.
Yeah, or plant it in the jaws 90% of the way through. It's a
Yeah.
horror.
Yeah, just going to turn around and stop shot that.
Yeah, but having put that there, it then means he'll leave yellow there so that yellow can clear blue. So he's managed to at least change things around a bit. And you see black
He's not
went
going to
miles.
clear blue, I don't think. No, maybe he is. He didn't really stalk it very much, but he's decided he will. I know, his position after all, keeping his guessing.
Too far. Too far, that one.
Yeah, you need to stay just the other side of the hoop there, really.
He's lost it a bit, but I think he's still got the jaws available. with
Yeah,
blue.
it was a good stop shot there.
But yeah, it's the trouble. When a shot doesn't come off, it makes you look bad. Yeah, if he'd managed to stop it roughly where blue is, it wouldn't have been too bad. Black's just going to roll up here.
Yeah, it's nice red though, directly in line with blue in the boundary, so... Oh.
Nicholas has had a strong start over on Lawn 1.
Yeah, 7-3 win for Nicholas in Spain over there. It's game 1 against Toby Savage.
It's done quite well. Toby's obviously been on that lawn for a while.
Yeah, Nicholas had his warm-up on 2.
And the lawns are pretty similar, as you say.
They are similar, but even so, he has done very well there.
I reckon Toby's going to have some ranking points to give away as well, given last weekend.
He should do, yes. We don't really know what his ranking is at the moment, I don't think, but he'll certainly have a lot of points from beating Reg and myself 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah.
Not a great yellow.
I wonder if he's going to cut this a bit. He's taking it over that way. I was just wondering if he was going to try and get red where blue is. I'm not really sure where the black ball is.
I don't know if black runs.
Yeah. That view they've just shown us on the monitor
It doesn't
didn't
look great,
flash.
does it? Yeah, getting a nice yellow there would have been really quite handy for Andres. Now I think Ewan can probably pop it in the jaws, and that looks quite good.
Yeah, I think we're probably having a shot at black here.
I think so. There's no point in putting red anywhere in front of the hoop. Black jaws is, and blue will take out red.
Yeah, and there's really very little yellow can do. It can block, but it's not easy.
So you can hit the left-hand wire here and kind of roll into black and then roll through the hoop. That's the ideal
Yes.
outcome.
And it happens quite often, really.
Yep. There
Oh,
we
it's
go.
a great shot.
Quality.
Very well played shot.
We've lost the hat.
Nice to see the replay here. He hit that
He's
beautifully.
he's hit black first there. That is a good shot.
And you know, there was a bit of pressure on that, because if you hit the wrong side of black, it's going to hit that wire of the hoop,
Yep,
ping back 6 inches.
red
and
flings off to the boundary, so
poor old Ewan. I mean, you get some pretty bad breaks in this game from time to
yeah,
time.
that is tough to take.
Needs to regroup, needs to take really good position. Needs to not have a frustrated thrash of Grover, I think.
Yeah, he's just getting that frustration out before he takes the shot, which I think is a good decision rather than just walking straight up to it and hitting a poor positional shot.
Especially given how fast these lawns are, yeah, you really have to clear that adrenaline from your system. He's
Yeah.
played a super shot.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, this team, England supporters will be really pleased to see him take his time and play that shot very, very well.
Yeah.
Getting that bit of touch is good. And he can now
He's still
go and really
frustrated,
suck.
but at least he took the time to reset.
He's very entitled to feel done by there.
Yeah, it's not the hoop you want to get a little bit unlucky at, is it, to go 6-5 down? You don't mind it quite so much earlier on in the game, but
Yeah, you go, I've been a bit unlucky, but there it's just... That's travelling, but
That's
where's
gone.
it going? Ooh.
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Ewan have a go at red here. Red's got hoop and red's got ball.
Does. He's on a decent line to play for the block, so
Yeah. No, it's gone wide.
it's turned out, hasn't it? 3 feet, apparently.
Maybe about 18 inches, which is
Yeah.
disappointing as well. What are you fancying?
I think he's probably going to have a shot for the win here.
Yeah, I mean,
Assuming yellow's fine to get up to 13.
Ewan's got a lot of control. I'd be going and looking at yellow here, to be honest.
Yeah, you do want to check that.
I guess yellow is fine because black's getting out of the way. I'm worried about yellow.
I'm more worried about the hoop being in the way.
Yeah. Oh, Ewan's had a look at it. I think Andrew should have had a look.
From this, it's very tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have gone and had a look at that.
I like the fact he's run it firmly rather than worrying about yellow, because you don't want to run it by an inch.
No.
Oh, where's this going? I think this is going off the boundary.
Well, he's snuck past
It's got the
Rover,
space
so
south of the hoop.
should be good.
Is it hitting the hoop?
Ooh.
Oh, it's a disaster.
Oh dear.
Don't think it held either. I think it just went straight.
Yeah.
That's off the boundary, that.
No. That's all right there. Could be nicer, but
It's okay. It's just such a big opportunity. You think, I just want to get there, but north of the hoop, critical.
sending red off the boundary.
Shooting at yellow, maybe. It's interesting trying to get really tight position and threatening Ewan, but Ewan's not going to feel threatened by this. I'm not clapping that.
Well, it depends how good black is. If black's
Yeah.
good, then Ewan's all over this.
And black looks fantastic. Apart from that potential for a bit of misfortune.
Where's it gone? If it's blocked blue at red, that might be the last straw.
Yes, quite reasonably so. Try and pop that there, because sometimes your ball hits that yellow and just, it fails to go through. Do you think that means that blue's open on red as well?
Potentially, yeah.
Because I wouldn't want to do that to myself. I'm giving
No,
him the
he's
shot
done
with
it to blue, but he's also done it to red, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Just making that hoop shot slightly harder.
Oh, don't be jumping.
I think you want to hit this with a bit of spin.
Right, I think yellow into that hoop is nearer. I mean, I'm crossing my fingers Ewan fails the hoop with blue rather than going, I'm going to find it difficult to run this. Oh, he's straighter than it looks, isn't he?
Yeah, this red's okay.
This red's okay. I thought it was more of an angle.
How are you playing this? Do you want to
Jumping it.
jump yellow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think from that angle that you're probably not running the hoop from that angle.
No,
on the ground.
I think you can either dribble it into the jaws or you jump it, but you're not going to run it along the ground hard. It's likely to just bounce off of yellow.
Quite an interesting grip he's got there for the jump.
It's really quite low down. That was a good effort.
He's got the 50-50 that Ewan's now still got a ball in the way.
I think that just hit the underside of the crossbar there,
Here
didn't
we
it?
go.
Slightly too high. It's another jump. Or just
Fancy Ewan at this range. But he's still got to get it perfect, doesn't he? You don't get this, you are losing this hoop. Yeah. Super shot.
Really good. Nice to see that come back after getting a little bit of tough luck at 11.
Right, watch this. Watch that bottom wrist. That bottom wrist comes through nice and straight, whereas one that we saw that he thrashed at a bit, the wrist sort of came
Yeah,
out.
moved around, didn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, very good.
See, that's why I didn't want the yellow there. I just thought it made red shot too much harder. I thought, let Ewan have that one shot. You fail your shot.
I'm comfortable enough with my 1 yard jump that I don't mind it being in the way.
Yeah.
I'd rather it make you in shot harder.
Oh, excellent. Lunch break.
Lunch break. Okay, well, we don't have any games on the front 3 lawns to update you on. I have no idea what's going on at the walled garden, if anything at all. So we will probably take a break for lunch as well and get back to you when the game resumes on 2.
Shall we have lunch?
Sounds good.
Very welcome to join your team. I shall be having a chicken burger.
So we will cease this particular session. Back with you after a short lunch break. We'll start a new stream. And please do join us for the afternoon. We've got another great set of matches coming for you. Before we go, just again, thanks to Croquet England for supplying all the equipment, and also to our sponsor, Sugar Beach International Croquet Cup.